Welcome back, brothers, to Admiral Lore. Tonight's lore, we're diving into the lore of the Space Marine games. As always, before we get to the madness, be sure to like and comment any videos and topics you want to see in the future. And be sure to subscribe from the Emperor. I want to thank you guys for your support. Y'all been killing it. Now, let's get to the madness.
Beta Arcturus burned beneath an alien sun, and Sergeant Demetrian Titus advanced through the burning bones of its capital with the blood of Bealtan drying black across his armor. Wraithbone protruded from the wreckage of Imperial hab blocks like the ribs of some colossal pale beast, its impossible curves split by high explosive and stained with soot, while beyond it, the towers of the civilized world sagged into oceans of flame. 8 days had passed since the governor's astropathic plea had reached the Ultramarines. 8 days since the swordwind of Bealtan had demanded the planet emptied within a single local day and answered mankind's refusal with annihilation. The Xenos had already burned cities before the strike cruiser, Righteous Fury, translated into the system. Now its guns contested the void overhead, while Thunderhawks screamed through smoke and the drop assault smashed directly into the heart of the Eldari warhost. Titus's helm painted hostile runes across his vision. An aspect warrior vaulted a shattered barricade with inhuman grace, slender rifle already rising. Titus fired once. The mass-reactive bolt punched through the Xenos warrior's breastplate, buried itself in the narrow chest beneath, and detonated. The aspect warrior came apart at the spine, its upper torso thrown backward in a mist of blood and shards of ornate armor, while the lower body collapsed 2 strides farther on. Another appeared from behind a broken column. Titus did not turn toward it. Varoth, right. Brother Varoth's bolter thundered beside him, 2 disciplined shots ripping the alien's hip apart and blowing its abdomen open. Advance by pairs. Do not pursue beyond the transept. They are yielding ground too readily. Brother Leandros answered over the squad vox, his younger voice hard with certainty. The Codex prescribes immediate pressure upon a withdrawing foe, Sergeant. Titus stepped over the twitching ruin of an Eldari warrior and watched pale silhouettes retreat through burning masonry. The Codex also teaches us to understand why the foe withdraws. Hold formation. Leandros obeyed. Titus had never doubted that he would. Obedience was not the flaw he had begun to recognize in the younger warrior. It was the conviction that every battlefield had already been solved by a book written 10,000 years before either of them had drawn breath. A scream rose above the bolter fire, thin and piercing enough that Titus's auto-senses dampened the sound before it could overload his hearing. 3 sword-bearing aspect warriors came through the smoke in a blur of emerald and bone. They moved too quickly for mortal reflexes, weaving through lines of fire before the firing warriors themselves seemed to understand they had missed. One struck Brother Helion across the gorget, the alien blade shrieking against ceramite and carving deeply enough to expose the black armor seal beneath. Titus met the next with his chainsword. The motor screamed as adamantine teeth struck Wraithbone, throwing fragments of pale armor and oily blood across his breastplate. The Xenos twisted away from a killing stroke that would have bisected a man, reversed its grip, and drove the point toward the joint below Titus's left pauldron. He caught the wrist in one gauntlet. Armor servos snarled beneath blue ceramite as his transhuman strength closed upon the slender limb. Bones snapped. He dragged the warrior toward him and rammed the chainsword beneath its ribs. The weapon climbed through torso, teeth chewing armor, muscle, organs and vertebrae into a single red slurry that sprayed from the alien's ruptured back. Titus kicked the corpse free as another blade scored his cuirass. Warning sigils flashed across his retinal display. He pivoted, parried, fired his bolt pistol beneath the alien's chin, and blew its helm apart in a burst of skull fragments and steaming grey matter. The third came from behind. Titus had already seen its shadow cross a burning wall. He ducked beneath the sword, drove a shoulder into the warrior's narrow abdomen, and carried it through a sheet of fractured masonry before finishing it with the descending teeth of his chainsword. 3 sword fighters lay dead around him. It was possible to admire an enemy without mistaking admiration for mercy. The Eldari were faster than an Adeptus Astartes in ways most humans could scarcely perceive, their coordination uncanny, their weapons capable of killing even the Emperor's angels of death. That merely meant they had to be killed intelligently. There had been a time when Titus knew nothing of enemies except as distant shapes in the crop fields of Tarentus, when his hands had been small enough to disappear inside his father's, and the horizon of the Agri world had seemed larger than the galaxy. That boy had died long before the apothecaries cut him open. He remembered little of his parents now, except weathered faces and soil embedded beneath fingernails, memories worn smooth by centuries of hypno-indoctrination, war, and gene-forged transformation. The selectors of the Scout Company had found something useful in him. They had taken the child of modest people and stripped him down to bone, will, and possibility. Trials followed, implantation followed, pain became instruction. The neophyte learned silence beneath a scout's carapace, learned to stalk prey larger than himself, learned that a bolt gun was not merely a weapon, but an instrument of judgment whose ammunition was too sacred to waste through panic. Decades sharpened him. By the time Hive Fleet Behemoth descended upon Ultramar, Titus had already become a decorated warrior of the Second Company. But he had been far from Macragge when the shadow in the warp began strangling astropathic cries within the darkness. The messages that escaped reached them too late. The Second Company's vessels drove for home with reactors pushed toward the limits of endurance, yet Macragge had already paid its tithe in blood when they arrived. The First Company had been exterminated at the northern polar fortress. Heroes whose names had filled the chapter's halls were corpses frozen among tyrannid carcasses. Titus had not fought in that legendary defense. His punishment for surviving elsewhere was to see what remained. The purges afterward had taught him more than any triumphal chronicle. Captain Severus Agamemnon had risen to first captain after the slaughter, and Lucian Trajan, once his senior sergeant, inherited command of the second. Titus took his place as sergeant of Trajan's command squad and was sent repeatedly to cleanse surviving tyrannid broods from the worlds of Ultramar. He had learned the great devourer with a chainsword buried in its flesh. On Espandor, a tyrannid warrior had driven a living blade through the abdomen of Brother Cestus and kept fighting while Cestus's armor filled with blood. Titus had severed the synapse beast's head and watched nearby gaunts convulse into sudden confusion, their perfect assault breaking into animal frenzy. On another world, something smaller had hidden beneath 6 meters of decomposing biomass for almost a day, its body heat reduced until even Auspex sweeps overlooked it. Titus discovered the adaptation only when it erupted beneath his kill team and tore Brother Decian's leg from the hip. Such lessons did not survive intact when compressed into tactical reports. To know an enemy, Titus had come to believe, one had to stand close enough to smell the ichor coming from its opened organs. He learned how organisms protected synapse creatures without ever receiving audible orders, how broods altered behavior when specific beasts died, how the tyrannids willingly drowned disciplined firing lines beneath bodies because the hive mind understood that ammunition was finite and biomass was recoverable. The Codex Astartes had never failed him. Men failed when they ceased understanding what its teachings were for. Gilliman had written doctrine to give his sons the means to think across the infinity of war, not to spare them the burden of thought. Sergeant. Captain Trajan's voice cut across the command channel and brought Beta Arcturus back around him in fire and smoke. Titus looked toward the plaza where the 2 commanders fought. Trajan's blue armor was scarred white where alien blades had struck it, and the dead autarch lay at his feet amid the fragments of an ornate weapon. The Bealtan commander had fought with terrifying speed. Trajan had killed the Xenos regardless. Around them, what remained of the enemy bodyguard was breaking beneath the concentrated violence of the Ultramarines. bolters fired in measured cadence instead of uncontrolled volleys, each warrior covering another's advance, each lane overlapping, each burst forcing the impossibly agile enemy into positions already watched by a different muzzle. "Their command element is destroyed," Trajan said. "Press them from the plaza. Deny them time to recover." Titus acknowledged and advanced. This time the retreat was genuine. He could see it in their movement. The Eldari no longer attempted to draw the Ultramarines toward prepared ground. They were disengaging in tightly coordinated groups, sacrificing individuals to preserve the war host. Titus ordered his warriors forward. Leandros moved at his right, bolt gun firing with exacting precision. The young battle brother had performed well. He had held formation when ordered, maintained ammunition discipline, and killed without hesitation. Titus saw an aspect warrior leap from a balcony toward Leandros and shot it in mid-air. The bolt struck its pelvis. Detonation folded the Xenos around the wound and showered Leandros with fragments. "My thanks, Sergeant." Titus reloaded as the magazine counter in his display turned from warning amber to full white. "Repay me by watching the elevation." Leandros inclined his helm. "As the Codex demands." Titus almost answered, then did not. There would be time for instruction after the killing. There was not. The Bieltan withdrawal crossed the broken western quarter and vanished among the ruins, leaving behind hundreds of alien dead and too few Ultramarines to call the victory bloodless. Apothecaries moved between fallen battle brothers, while servitors dragged ammunition from the surviving drop pods. Fires growled across the city. Righteous fury reported enemy vessels withdrawing under pressure in high orbit. Titus stood beside Captain Trajan, while casualty runes accumulated across the tactical display. One identifier remained unresolved: Leandros. No confirmation of death, no armor beacon within Imperial lines. The last recorded position lay close to the western withdrawal route. Trajan stared at the rune for several seconds. "Taken," he said. Titus looked toward the shattered district. "Possibly." Trajan's helm turned toward him. "You believe otherwise?" "I believe the Xenos left too quickly after losing their autarch. They abandoned wounded weapons and ground, yet they found time to seize one of ours." Trajan considered this. "A provocation." "It may be. Then they shall learn its price." Titus felt the answer before it was spoken. "Captain, the battlefield remains unsecured. Their uncommitted strength is unknown." Trajan's voice never rose. "And an Ultramarine is in enemy hands." He selected a combat squad with movements of his retinal interface. "You will secure the plaza, recover our dead, and establish a defensible perimeter for extraction. I will retrieve Leandros." Titus's instincts rebelled. Every lesson purchased from dying Tyranids, every ambush survived since Tarentus, told him that the enemy was offering them a trail because it wanted the trail followed. Yet command was command, and Trajan was no fool. "Understood, Captain." Trajan laid one gauntlet briefly against Titus's pauldron. "Hold here." Then he was gone into the smoke with his warriors. The silence came slowly. First the bolters ceased. Then the distant pulse of alien weapons dwindled until only fires, collapsing masonry, and the muffled concussion of the void battle remained. Titus waited at the perimeter with his command squad, while each passing minute sharpened his unease. Trajan's transponder advanced westward, accompanied by the runes of his combat squad. Then one vanished. Another followed. A third disappeared before the first death confirmation reached Titus's display. The Vox erupted with weapons fire. Someone shouted a contact warning, clipped off halfway through the word. Trajan ordered withdrawal. The transmission drowned beneath a shriek of alien fire. Titus was already moving. "Command squad, with me. Brother Castor, hold the plaza with the wounded. Inform Righteous Fury that Captain Trajan is engaged by previously uncommitted enemy strength." Castor answered, "The captain ordered us to hold." Titus vaulted a dead aspect warrior and accelerated into the ruins. "He ordered us to secure the battlefield. The battlefield has changed." Leandros's beacon appeared suddenly ahead, weak but unmistakable. Around it, the identifiers belonging to Trajan's warriors were extinguishing one after another. They found the ambush site beneath the shattered nave of an imperial shrine the Eldari had desecrated by growing pale wraithbone through its stone foundations. Trajan's combat squad had been butchered in overlapping fields of fire. One ultramarine hung impaled against a column by a monomolecular blade. Another had been cut apart so completely that his armor lay in blue sections amid coils of intestine and dark arterial blood. Captain Trajan remained upright only because the ruin behind him held his corpse against the wall. His breastplate had been punched through in several places, and half his face was gone. Titus saw him, accepted the fact, and continued moving. Grief was a debt payable only by the living. The enemy intended to collect immediately. Eldari shapes appeared along the galleries. "Kill zone," Brother Varoth warned. "Confirmed," Titus said. "Therefore we do not remain in it." Leandros was visible deeper within the nave, bound against a slab of wraithbone, alive and struggling. The obvious route toward him was covered from 3 elevations. Codex Doctrine offered methods for breaking an encirclement. Titus chose several at once. Frag grenades, upper galleries. Bolters suppressed the eastern arch. On detonation, reverse axis and breach south. Do not fire upon targets merely because they reveal themselves. They want our attention divided. Leandros shouted something from across the nave, but incoming fire swallowed his words. Grenades burst above. Eldari warriors recoiled from fragmentation. Titus's squad pivoted not toward Leandros, but away from him, blasting through a weakened wall with grenades and shoulder impacts. The enemy shifted to contain what appeared to be withdrawal. Titus counted heartbeats. Now! About face. Close assault. The Ultramarines came back through their own dust cloud like executioners. Their sudden reversal collapsed the Eldari geometry before the Xenos could reform it. Bolters hammered the lower gallery. One alien vanished into red vapor from the waist upward. Another lost an arm, spun, and was crushed beneath Titus's charge. He drove the pommel of his chainsword through its faceplate, broke the skull beneath, and kept moving, while his brothers concentrated fire against the elevated positions. The Eldari remained lethal. Brother Varoth took a shot through the eye lens and fell with the rear of his helmet erupting in fragments of bone, brain, and ceramite. Brother Hellion lost his wounded arm to an alien sword, blood spraying against the shrine wall before his Laraman cells began clotting the catastrophic injury. He killed his attacker one-handed. Titus reached Leandros as an aspect warrior descended between them. The Xenos struck first. Titus accepted the blade against his pauldron, trapped it in damaged ceramite, and drove his chainsword horizontally through the alien's abdomen. The teeth tore through spine. He ripped the weapon sideways, opening the body nearly to the opposite hip. Leandros stared at the falling corpse. "Sergeant," Titus cut his restraints. "Can you fight?" "Yes." "Then Captain Trajan's death has not purchased a prisoner. Arm yourself." Leandros recovered a fallen bolt gun, checked its chamber, and stood beside him. What followed was not pursuit, but extermination. Titus shifted the squad's axis repeatedly, denying the faster enemy certainty about where Imperial pressure would fall. Suppression became assault. Assault became controlled withdrawal. Withdrawal became another killing advance. The Bieltani finally disengaged because remaining meant dying. Titus let them go long enough to recover Trajan's body. Then, as brevet commander of the strike force, he coordinated the attacks that drove the surviving Swordwind from Beta Arcturus. Macragge received its dead beneath stone, older than most human civilizations. Trajan was interred within the fortress of Hera, and Titus stood before Chapter Master Marneus Calgar afterward, with his helmet locked beneath one arm and no expectation beyond returning to the line. Calgar listened to the report without interruption. Titus described Trajan's decision, the ambush, the losses, and his own counterattack without ornament. When he finished, Calgar regarded him with the patient severity of a warrior whose judgment could condemn worlds. "You did not pursue command, Demetrian Titus." Titus met his chapter master's gaze. "No, my lord. You were content to serve Trajan. It was my honor. And when command fell upon you, I commanded." Calgar's expression did not soften. It did not need to. "Then continue to do so. The second company requires a captain." Titus felt the weight of those words, more keenly than any blade that had struck his armor. There are brothers of greater distinction. I did not ask who possesses greater distinction. Calgar stepped closer. Ambition is not proof of fitness. Neither is reluctance. You were given warriors in extremis and brought them home with victory. You recovered your captain. You preserved your brother. You completed the mission. The office is yours, because duty requires that someone bear it. Titus bowed his head. "Then I shall bear it." There was no celebration, no sense of triumph. Somewhere beneath the fortress of Hera, Lucian Trajan lay entombed, and Titus became captain because a dead warrior could no longer carry the burden. 10 years of war passed beneath that burden. Sidonus became the veteran at Titus's right hand, a battle brother whose armor seemed permanently scarred, no matter how many artificers repaired it, whose humor was dry enough to survive campaigns where entire regiments did not. Leandros hardened into a formidable ultramarine, disciplined, courageous, and increasingly convinced that deviation from prescribed doctrine was the first stone on a road leading somewhere darker. Titus led them against mutant insurrections, Xenos incursions, and heretic strongholds, learning the weight of commanding warriors he could not personally protect. He learned casualty ledgers. He learned which victories required companies and which required 6 warriors entering through a wall no sane enemy expected attacked. He learned that a captain sometimes killed with a chainsword and sometimes with a sentence transmitted to an artillery battery 20 kilometers away. Sidonus understood him instinctively. During one campaign, after Titus altered an assault plan for the 3rd time in as many minutes, the veteran said across the Vox, "At this rate, Captain, the Codex will file a formal complaint." Leandros answered before Titus could. "The Codex does not complain, it instructs." Sidonus reloaded his bolter. A comfort. Titus had ordered them forward before the argument could continue. They fought well together, because disagreement among ultramarines did not excuse failure. Honor was action. Brotherhood was demonstrated beneath fire. The distress call from Graia arrived as fractured astropathic agony. By the time its meaning had been verified aboard the Righteous Fury, the Forge world was already being consumed. Orcs. Not a raiding force, not isolated pirates, but an invasion vast enough to cripple planetary command and threaten strategic manufactoria whose output fed wars across the Imperium. A liberation fleet was assembling, but fleets moved according to the brutal mathematics of distance, translation, and the warp. Graia did not possess the luxury of waiting. Worse, its industrial complexes contained weapons that could not be permitted to fall into greenskin hands. Titus stood within the strike cruiser's strategium, while hololithic projections showed continents veiled by smoke and pulsing concentrations of orc activity around the Forge world's principal military sites. Sidonus studied the display with his arms folded across his breastplate. "They have made impressive progress." Leandros looked toward him. "You sound approving." "I appreciate efficiency wherever I find it." Titus magnified the projection until manufacturum districts became visible beneath swarms of warning icons. "The Liberation Fleet will break the invasion if Graia remains capable of receiving it. Our task is not to win their planetary war for them. We preserve what cannot be replaced, cripple what threatens reinforcement, and hold until greater force arrives." Leandros nodded. "A limited strike in accordance with established Astartes doctrine." Titus looked at the sea of red runes drowning the hololith. "There is nothing limited about what waits below." Graia filled the observation ports when they approached, an industrial world transformed into a corpse that had not yet understood it was dead. Smoke systems larger than nations rolled across the atmosphere. Manufactorum fires burned brightly enough to stain the night side orange. Orbital defense batteries discharged through the cloud layers, while crude orc craft swarmed between Imperial installations, ugly metal silhouettes driven forward by engines that seemed to function in contempt of reason. Explosions blossomed against the darkness. Somewhere below, millions of greenskins belonging to Wah! Grimskull were tearing apart forge districts, slaughtering defenders, and wrenching sacred machines from Imperial hands because the galaxy had presented them with another place to fight. Warning klaxons sounded through the embarkation deck. Servitors released weapon restraints. Sidonus drew his chainsword, examined the teeth, and thumbed the activation rune for a fraction of a second. The weapon snarled, satisfied him, and fell silent. Leandros secured his bolter against his maglock and spoke the words expected before battle, invoking the Primarch, the Chapter, and the Emperor with absolute conviction. Titus sealed his helm. The world became tactical runes, ammunition counts, atmospheric telemetry, and the controlled breathing of his battle brothers across the squad channel. He looked once at Graia as the launch bay opened and the Forge world's burning atmosphere filled the void before them. "Second Company," Captain Demetrian Titus said. "Prepare for planetfall." The gunship released. Gravity seized them. Engines howled. Graia rose to meet the Ultramarines, and far beneath the descending angels of death, the orcs were already roaring for war. The Thunderhawk bucked hard enough to make the deck plating groan beneath 3 pairs of magnetized boots, and beyond the armored hull of the descending gunship, the upper atmosphere of Graia had become a furnace filled with aircraft, tracer fire, and burning metal. Captain Demetrian Titus stood braced beneath the red lumen strips of the troop bay, while warning runes crawled across his helm display faster than the machine spirit could classify them. Orc attack craft swarmed between columns of black cloud in impossible numbers, slabs of riveted iron propelled by engines that vomited fire and oily smoke, their wings crooked, their armor mismatched, their weapons firing with a disregard for accuracy that would have shamed any Imperial gunner. Accuracy scarcely mattered when enough shells were thrown into the sky. Explosions slapped against the Thunderhawk's void-hardened skin. A burst of heavy caliber rounds struck the port stabilizer, and the entire aircraft lurched. Through the Vox came the war below, hundreds of transmissions crushed together by emergency channels and atmospheric interference. Battery Primus, adjust 4 degrees east, danger close. Armored column Helican has been destroyed. Repeat, destroyed. Any Imperial unit receiving Manufactorum Delta 17 is overrun. A man screamed until a burst of static cut him off. Another voice recited the litany of true striking, while artillery thunder swallowed every third word. Somewhere beneath them, millions of greenskins were reducing one of the Imperium's great forge worlds to scrap and corpses. Leandros studied the tactical projection glowing inside his helm. Primary landing coordinates are compromised. We should divert to the secondary zone and consolidate with surviving Imperial forces. Sidonus stood opposite him, one gauntleted hand resting upon the casing of his bolter as the Thunderhawk shook again. "A sensible recommendation," the veteran said, "which means we are unlikely to follow it." Leandros turned his helmet slightly toward him. Titus ignored both men and expanded the feed from the aircraft's forward augers. The designated landing zone no longer existed as anything resembling ground. Burning wreckage covered the approach, and an orc gun platform, built upon the hull of a captured industrial lifter, was moving through the airspace below them, its batteries pounding Imperial aircraft attempting to reach the surface. The Xenos had positioned the vessel almost directly across the corridor through which the relief craft would have to pass. "Pilot, bring us above that gunship." The servitor-linked pilot answered through the Vox. "Captain,
Trajectory adjustment places this craft within effective range of hostile batteries. I am aware. Leandros looked at Titus. The Codex does not sanction abandoning the insertion craft before a secure landing vector has been established. Titus released the restraint harness from his armor. Then consider the vector established. Sidonus gave a low sound that might have been amusement. There it is. Leandros stared between them. Captain? Titus walked toward the opening assault ramp as warning lamps turned from red to white. We cannot land while that weapon controls the approach. Therefore, we remove
it. The ramp began to descend. Wind screamed into the troop bay, carrying ash, burning promethium, and the distant stink of an entire industrial continent on fire. Titus locked a jump pack into readiness. Remain aboard. I will open the route. Leandros began. Captain, with respect, the Codex clearly states... Titus stepped into the sky. Graia came up beneath him like the mouth of a furnace. The jump pack ignited with a roar that shook his armor, arresting his fall just enough to turn terminal impact into controlled violence. Orc gunners saw him descending and reacted a heartbeat too slowly. Titus struck the upper deck of the gunship hard enough to dent the plating beneath his boots. An orc spun toward him, mouth opening around broken yellow tusks. Titus's bolt pistol spoke first. The shell punched through the creature's sternum, bored through a handspan of muscle, and detonated inside its chest. The orc's back burst outward in a cone of blood, shredded lung, and fragments of rib. It remained upright for an instant, staring in apparent surprise at the hole blown through its body, before Titus kicked it from the deck. Two more greenskins charged from behind an armor plate. The first fired wildly, rounds whining from Titus's pauldron and chipping blue ceramite. Titus put a bolt through its throat. The detonation tore the head almost free and sprayed the second orc with arterial blood. That one only laughed. Blue beaky, it bellowed, raising a cleaver made from a sharpened section of machine casing. Come on, Den. Titus met it at arm's reach. His chainsword came alive with a metallic howl and entered the orc below the shoulder. Teeth chewed through hide and muscle, struck bone, and bucked violently in his grip. Blood sheeted across the deck. The orc punched him in the helm with its remaining fist. Titus wrenched the weapon down through the ribcage, opening the Xenos almost to the waist, and still it tried to bite him before its legs finally failed. The gunship tilted as its crew realized something had landed among them. Orcs emerged from hatches, maintenance alcoves, and ammunition cages, roaring not with fear, but delight. That response defined the species more completely than any xenological treatise. Violence was not merely their method of war. Violence was the state in which they were happiest. Titus advanced into them. Bolt rounds struck torsos and detonated beneath green flesh. An orc lost half its abdomen and crawled forward through coils of its own intestines, clawing for a dropped weapon until Titus stamped its skull into the deck. Another took 2 shells through the chest, staggered backward, and then returned with a rusted axe held overhead. Titus shot its knee apart before taking its head with the chainsword. The knob came last, larger than the others by a head and massively thick through the shoulders, crude armor plates nailed directly over hide, already scarred from 100 previous battles. It carried a powered cleaver, whose motor screamed every time the orc swung it. "This one's mine," the knob roared at the surviving boys. "I gets to Hume." Titus fired twice. One bolt tore through the knob's upper arm and exploded, stripping away meat until white bone showed. The second burst inside its flank and hurled fragments of kidney and gut across an ammunition locker. The creature merely grew angrier. It charged, slammed into Titus with enough force to drive both of them through a waist-high railing, and tried to crush his throat beneath one huge hand. Armor servos whined under the pressure. Titus drove his combat blade through the knob's elbow joint, severed the arm, rolled beneath the cleaver, and buried the chainsword through its mouth. The weapon erupted from the back of the skull in a storm of blood and grey matter.
The knob still twitched when Titus reached the gun controls. He did not attempt to understand Orc engineering. Tech priests had spent centuries cataloging examples of greenskin mechanisms that appeared incapable of functioning according to accepted mechanical doctrine, and yet killed men with dismaying reliability. Titus understood only what mattered: ammunition feed, power linkage, traverse assembly. He put bolt rounds through all three. The gunship's main battery shuddered, discharged once at an impossible angle, and blew apart the forward superstructure. Fire rolled down the deck. Orcs screamed with laughter as much as pain. Titus reached the outer railing as the
entire aircraft began to list toward the planet. His jump pack warning rune flashed amber. One controlled burn remained. Below lay kilometers of manufactoria, smelter cathedrals, transit lines, hab stacks and artillery bastions, all threaded by burning roads and moving green masses. He stepped from the dying gunship just before its ammunition stores detonated. The blast punched him downward. His jump pack fired once, failed under the strain, and turned a lethal descent into something merely catastrophic. Titus struck a conveyor housing, smashed through it, fell another dozen meters, and crashed into a mountain of industrial refuse hard enough to bury himself beneath steel shavings and fractured machine components. Armor alarms flashed across his vision. His secondary heart accelerated. Pain receptors reported trauma along his left side. No fracture, no organ failure. He rose before the debris had finished falling. There was no pause between sky war and ground war. The manufacturing district extended beyond sight, an iron wilderness of furnaces and assembly halls whose chimneys disappeared into smoke. Conveyor routes broad enough for armored columns had become barricaded killing grounds. Sacred machine tools lay torn from their housings, their polished components butchered for scrap by Orc mech boys. Dead Skitari remained wired into defense terminals, augmetic limbs still clenching weapons after the flesh inside their armor had burned black. Imperial guardsmen lay in drifts against collapsed blast doors, some dismembered by heavy caliber fire, others hacked apart after their positions had been overrun. Titus selected the strongest Imperial Vox beacon within range and began moving toward it. A mob of Orcs poured from an access tunnel ahead, weapons raised. He fired while advancing. The first boy's head vanished. The second lost its chest. The third reached him with a cleaver and died with the chainsword buried beneath its jaw. Titus's ammunition counter fell steadily. He changed magazines behind the cover of a shattered servitor loader, then heard controlled bolter fire from his right. 3 reports. Pause. 2 more. Not Orcs. Sidonus emerged from smoke with blood across his breastplate and the unhurried gait of a warrior walking through a training hall. "Captain." Titus looked behind him. "Leandros?" "Complaining nearby, therefore alive." Leandros arrived moments later under pursuit by a dozen boys. He withdrew in perfect order, firing measured pairs while using broken machinery to narrow their approach. "Contact, eastern axis," he reported, though Titus could see the Xenos clearly enough. 1 knob, approximately 11 boys. Closing. Sidonus raised his bolter. I had counted 10. 11. Younger eyes. Titus moved left without issuing an order. Sidonus moved right at the same instant. Leandros immediately recognized the opening and ceased withdrawing. Their 3 fields of fire converged. Orcs burst apart under mass reactive shells. 1 boy staggered on after losing an arm and half its face. Sidonus killed it with a single shot through the pelvis, then shifted to the knob before the body had struck the ground. Leandros concentrated upon the center of the mob exactly as the Codex prescribed, breaking cohesion and denying the lesser greenskins cover behind their larger leader. Titus, instead, advanced directly through the collapsing formation, forcing the surviving Orcs to turn toward him and exposing their flanks to his brothers. His chainsword filled with blood, teeth clogged briefly on leather harness and strips of flesh before the motor tore them free. Within seconds, the mob became scattered green bodies twitching in pools of black-red blood. Sidonus changed magazines. 11. Leandros looked at the dead. 12. A wounded orc rose behind Sidonus. Without turning, the veteran fired backward beneath one arm and blew its face apart. 11. They continued toward the Imperial beacon while the greater war raged around them. Orcs did not simply charge screaming across open ground. Their instinct for violence produced a brutal form of battlefield cunning. Boys drove civilian transports ahead of them to draw fire from guard emplacements. Knobs kicked wounded greenskins into exposed lanes to identify snipers. Looted artillery pieces were dragged into firing positions by mobs that cared nothing for safety margins and fired until their barrels glowed. Crude rockets wandered wildly in flight, but enough of them struck something valuable. Titus watched one punch through the side armor of a Lehman Russ 200 meters away. The tank exploded from within, turret lifting several meters before crashing upside down upon the crew trying to escape through the rear hatch. Orcs cheered from the ruins. Laser guns answered in disciplined volleys. Red beams stitched through smoke, burning thumb-sized tunnels into green torsos. A boy took 4 hits across the chest, stumbled, beat one fist against the cauterized wounds, and charged harder. Another used the corpse of a smaller orc as a shield until massed lasfire burned through both bodies. "Day's got blue ones," someone shouted from beyond the barricades. Another voice answered, "Good, blue ones is tougher." A deeper roar followed. "Quit yabbering and get stuck in." The mob surged forward, not because it had been ordered toward probable death in the human sense, because probable death meant a better fight. The surviving guardsmen held beneath the shadow of a manufactorum gatehouse whose upper levels had been torn open by artillery. Titus and his brothers entered through a firing line of exhausted soldiers whose uniforms were black with ash and whose laser gun barrels steamed from repeated discharge. Their commander was younger than Titus expected, human and therefore impossibly fragile beside an Astartes, but standing upright despite blood dried across one temple. Second Lieutenant Mira, she identified herself, snapping a salute despite the battle raging beyond the barricade. Grayan Defense Force, attached remnants from multiple companies. Titus did not waste words upon reassurance. Enemy concentration? Mira activated a battered tactical slate. Main push from the northwest manufactorum arc. Smaller mobs probing east. They have heavy guns positioned beyond the transit yards and captured the planetary defense batteries overlooking the approach corridors. Ammunition? Last cells adequate for perhaps another 6 sustained engagements. Heavy weapons are worse. 2 missile teams, 7 rounds between them. 1 autocannon with enough belt for 3 minutes if the barrel holds. Armor support? Mira glanced toward the burning Lehman Russ outside. That was the last vehicle in this sector. Titus studied her map. Status of the defense guns? Operational, in orc hands. Sidonus gave a quiet grunt. Of course they are. Mira continued. Every reinforcement flight coming through this hemisphere is exposed while those batteries remain active. We've lost transports before they reach the ground. Titus enlarged the battery complex on her slate. Then the guns are the objective. Mira did not ask whether 3 Space Marines were sufficient. She had already watched them cross terrain that had consumed entire platoons. I can create a diversion along the western trench system, she said. The orcs expect us to keep trying to retake the transit yards. Titus looked at her. Casualty expectation. High. Unacceptable without purpose. Fire briefly, then withdraw before they close. We require their attention, not your dead. Something changed in Mira's expression, though only for a moment. Understood. Titus returned the slate. Hold what remains of your strength. When the batteries fall, advance only far enough to secure the corridor. Yes, Captain. Leandros moved beside Titus as they approached the northern breach. 3 Astartes against an entrenched battery complex. Titus checked his ammunition. You object? No. The strategic value justifies the risk. Sidonus drew his chainsword. Careful, Leandros. You are beginning to sound adaptable.
The younger ultramarine ignored him. The guard diversion began with disciplined las fire from the west. Orcs immediately responded with roaring enthusiasm and rushed toward it. Titus waited until the bulk of the nearby mob shifted direction. Now! They entered the trench network at a run. The first orc sentry died before it could raise its weapon. The second lost both legs to bolt of fire and continued crawling until Leandros put a round through its skull. Frag grenades cleared the next traverse. Detonations hurled chunks of green flesh against the trench walls, and Titus came through the smoke before survivors recovered. His chainsword tore through one abdomen, opened another from groin.
To sternum, and struck a third across the throat, hard enough to send the head spinning into an ammunition recess. Sidonus advanced behind him with veteran economy, never wasting ammunition upon dying foes, shooting only those carrying heavy weapons or moving into useful firing positions. Leandros covered intersections, called magazines, monitored their rear, and killed every orc that attempted to flank. They reached the handling chamber, beneath the first defense gun in minutes. Orc loaders had replaced damaged servitors with chains, ramps, and brute force. Titus shot the mech boy supervising them. Sidonus planted demolition charges against the ammunition elevator. "Machine spirit may object," he said. Titus looked toward the desecrated mechanism. "It will endure the insult." They withdrew behind a blast partition. The charges detonated. Stored shells cooked off in sequence, turning the chamber into a pressure furnace that vaporized orcs, tore the loading machinery from its mountings, and disabled the battery without destroying the entire emplacement. The second and third guns followed. Titus killed the heavy weapon crews. Leandros severed command cabling and secured fire control cogitators. Sidonus destroyed ammunition routes so that even surviving orcs could not restore the guns quickly. Beyond their immediate battle, the sky filled with evidence of wars fought by men they would never meet. Navy fighters screamed overhead. Guard artillery flashed from kilometers away. Entire districts vanished behind curtains of smoke. The Ultramarines were not conquering Graia. 3 warriors could not hold a Forge world against millions. Their value lay elsewhere. An Imperial Guard regiment might lose thousands storming one defended battery. 3 Astartes could infiltrate the same position, slaughter its command element, destroy its ammunition supply, and open a corridor before the enemy understood the objective had changed. They were not an army. They were a blade driven into the joints of an army. When the final control station fell silent, Titus transmitted a single phrase to Mira. "Batteries neutralized." Her answer came beneath cheering from exhausted soldiers. "Confirmed. Incoming flights are already altering vector." Sidonus looked through the ruined firing slit toward the sky, where Imperial transports began descending through the newly opened corridor. "We have purchased them several minutes of relative safety." "In this place," Titus said, "that is a fortune." The strategic channel updated almost immediately. A new priority rune replaced the battery complex. Titus opened it. For several seconds, even Sidonus said nothing. The designation carried Mechanicus cipher, Titan Legion authority, and enough restriction sigils to make the objective more valuable than cities. Operational god engines remained within the Manufactorum network, and the orcs were moving toward them. One identifier dominated the transmission: Invictus, Warlord-class Titan. The word was less a vehicle designation than a declaration of imperial power. A warlord was a walking fortress, a shrine of steel and plasma whose reactors could feed weapons capable of erasing armored formations and breaking citadels. To lose such an engine was catastrophe. To allow orcs access to one, even damaged, was intolerable beyond calculation. Titus set the Manufactorum coordinates into his display. "We move immediately." Then every vox frequency around them erupted into static. A crude signal forced itself across Imperial encryption through nothing more subtle than overwhelming transmission power. A voice like grinding rock filled the channel. "Oi, Blue Humie! Sidonus looked toward Titus. Leandros' posture hardened. The voice laughed, deep and delighted. "Been hearing about you, smashing me boys, breaking me guns. They say you's hard." More orcish laughter thundered behind the speaker. "Good. I was getting bored." Titus said nothing. "Name's Grimskull. Remember it, Beaky, 'cause I'm gonna rip your shiny blue head off myself." The transmission died beneath a final roar of "Wah!" Sidonus checked the edge of his chainsword. "You appear to have acquired an admirer." Titus turned toward the distant manufactorum, where Invictus waited beyond kilometers of burning industry. "Then he knows where to find me." Behind them, Imperial aircraft descended through the corridor they had opened. Ahead of them, the Orc horde shifted like a living continent of muscle, iron, and hatred, and somewhere within that horde, the greatest greenskin on Graia had begun hunting Captain Dimitri and Titus for the simple pleasure of discovering which of them would survive. The road to Invictus led through a district built for machines so vast that human beings had become incidental to its architecture. Titus, Sidonus, and Leandros advanced beneath manufactorum gantries, whose upper reaches vanished into smoke, crossing assembly avenues wide enough for armored battalions to deploy abreast, while cranes larger than hab blocks hung motionless above them. Half-completed war engines stood upon consecrated production cradles like unfinished idols, armor plates absent, adamantium skeletons exposed, bundles of hydraulic cabling hanging from their flanks like the veins of butchered animals. Everywhere the servants of Mars had died at their stations. A red-robed engine seer remained fused to a control throne by the blast that had killed him. The flesh of his face burned away, while his augmetic hands continued gripping brass command levers. A servitor beside the corpse still lifted shells from one conveyor to another, turning with mindless precision every few seconds, although the receiving conveyor had collapsed, and each projectile simply rolled into a mound upon the floor. Another lobotomized laborer dragged a welding rig back and forth across an empty section of decking, its programming demanding continuation even after the machine it had been assigned to construct was gone. Titus passed them without slowing. The Imperium did not stop, because a man died. It barely noticed. 1 billion lives could vanish, and the machinery of war would continue demanding ammunition, armor, fuel, and fresh bodies. Graia existed to satisfy that demand, and now orcs crawled across its sacred industry like vermin through the opened carcass of a god. The greenskins had reached the Titan works before them. Their presence announced itself through crude glyphs painted across Mechanicus architecture, piles of looted components, and the sound of hammering from gantries, where mech boys tore useful machinery from its mountings with chain winches and explosives. Titus raised one fist. Sidonus and Leandros halted immediately. Ahead, an orc mob moved between support columns, carrying lengths of cabling thick as a man's torso, several boys fighting one another over which end they were supposed to pull. The disorder concealed purpose. Titus had learned quickly that mistaking orcish lack of discipline for stupidity was a reliable method of dying. They understood machines through instinct alien to the Adeptus Mechanicus, and understood war through something deeper than doctrine. He marked the knob first. Sidonus shifted his bolter a fraction. Leandros selected the 2 boys carrying heavy weapons. Titus dropped his fist. 3 bolt guns opened as one. Mass reactive shells struck green bodies before the orcs recognized they were under attack. The knob's head exploded from the jaw upward, tusks and skull fragments spinning across the decking. One heavy gunner lost its right arm and half its rib cage. The other managed to fire once, the weapon vomiting a stream of rounds that hammered sparks from a crane support before Leandros put 2 bolts through its sternum. The surviving boys charged rather than seeking cover. Titus met them at the junction with chainsword roaring, opening one from collarbone to hip and driving another backward with 3 close-range bolt impacts that detonated inside its abdomen. Orc blood splashed across the Mechanicus floor in thick black-red sheets.
The last creature tried to crawl toward a dropped cleaver after both legs had been severed. Sidonus shot it through the skull. Persistent, he said. Biological inefficiency, mistaken for courage. Leandros scanned the gantries. Sidonus looked toward him. You may inform the orcs of the distinction when next they ask. The manufactorum opened before them as they advanced, and only then did Titus understand what the orcs had come to steal. At first, he saw the feet. Each was a fortress of adamantium rising through smoke, immense armored toes locked within maintenance restraints sunk into the floor. Catwalks crossed the ankles like threads. Lifts designed to transport tech priests and munitorum crews climbed vertically along plating scarred by centuries of service. Titus raised his gaze. Greaves followed, then knees larger than bunkers, pistons.
Broad enough to crush tanks, devotional plaques and purity seals that would have covered the walls of lesser shrines. Higher still rose the torso of Invictus, a warlord titan of the Collegia Titanica, its armored hull emerging from the haze until its head became visible high above the manufactorum floor. Weapon housings hung from its limbs with the dead weight of restrained apocalypse. Carapace systems slept beneath cathedral-like armor. Void shield generators remained dormant. Its plasma heart was banked, but not dead, and even at rest, the engine possessed a presence that made everything around it appear temporary. Hundreds of guardsmen could have fought and died around one ankle without interrupting a single stride. A tank regiment could disappear beneath its weapons before its crews realized they had been targeted. The orcs understood none of the rituals that gave such a machine its place within the Imperium, but they understood size, noise, and destruction. To seize Invictus would not merely give them another weapon, it would give them a legend. Every greenskin hearing that a war boss had stolen one of the Imperium's greatest god engines would understand the message in the only language that mattered to the species. This was a leader worth following. Machine status unknown, Leandros reported. Orc presence remains concentrated around the eastern service levels. We should proceed directly to the command sanctum and secure the engine. Titus was about to answer when an encrypted signal forced itself onto their vox. It carried priority seals older and more absolute than almost anything in an Astartes tactical network. A broken voice came through beneath static. This is Inquisitor Drogan, Ordo Xenos Authority. Any Imperial military unit receiving, respond. I require immediate assistance. Repeat, immediate assistance. Sidonus looked toward Titus. Convenient. Leandros's reply was sharper. An Inquisitor possesses the authority to requisition our aid. I am familiar with the Inquisition, Sidonus said. The distress transmission repeated, weaker than before. Titus examined its origin. The signal came from deeper within the manufactorum complex, away from the Titan's command shrine, but not far enough to represent a long diversion. Invictus can remain stationary for several minutes, he said. An Inquisitor alive behind enemy lines may possess intelligence affecting the entire war. Leandros turned toward him. The Titan is our assigned strategic priority, and command priorities change when the battlefield changes. Again. Titus looked at him. The younger ultramarine held the gaze, not insubordinate, but troubled. Say what you mean, Leandros. We have repeatedly departed from the expected operational sequence since planetfall. And we are alive. The defense batteries are silent. Imperial reinforcements are descending. Leandros answered without hesitation. Successful deviation does not make deviation sound doctrine. Sidonus checked the magazine seated in his bolter. We can debate doctrine after we prevent Graia from being dismantled. Titus marked Drogan's signal. We investigate. If the Inquisitor's intelligence does not outweigh Invictus, we return immediately. They found Drogan within a research annex, where something had already killed most of the personnel before the orcs reached them. The outer doors had been blasted inward. Inside lay dead Mechanicus adepts, servitors and armed security personnel, some torn apart by greenskin weapons, others marked by injuries Titus could not immediately classify. Drogon stood beside an overturned cogitator bank with a las pistol in one hand, and blood dried down the side of his face. His inquisitorial rosette hung openly against his coat. He looked exhausted in the way only mortals could look exhausted, flesh grey, movements slow, breath too rapid. Yet his eyes remained feverishly alert. "Adeptus Astartes," he said. Relief entered his voice, but did not lessen its urgency. At last. Titus approached, while Sidonus and Leandros took opposing security angles. "Captain Demetrian Titus, Ultramarines. Your distress signal stated immediate need." Drogon glanced toward the dead around him, as though they had become irrelevant. "Immediate does not adequately describe it. Graia can still be saved, Captain. Not merely held until your fleet arrives. Saved." Titus waited. "I have developed a weapon, the Psychic Scourge. It was intended as a means of annihilating mass Xenos concentrations without committing the conventional forces normally required. Properly powered, it could sweep the greenskin infestation from this world." Leandros's bolter shifted slightly. "Psychic." Drogon looked toward him. "The terminology is regrettably provocative. The underlying principles are controlled." "There is no harmless intercourse with the Immaterium," Leandros said. Drogon's expression tightened. "I did not say harmless, Space Marine. I said controlled." Titus stepped between argument and objective. "What does the weapon require?" Drogon turned immediately back to him. "An energy source stored within the lower experimental vaults. The Scourge cannot achieve operational output without it. Effective radius? Potentially continental in initial discharge, expanding through linked atmospheric propagation." Sidonus gave a low grunt. "That is an ambitious word for extermination." Titus continued. "Effect upon Imperial personnel? Minimal, if calibration remains stable." "Minimal means what?" Drogon hesitated. "Acceptable." Titus's gaze hardened. "Give me a number in lives, Inquisitor." "I cannot. Not without the source integrated into the system." "Then you do not know." Drogon stepped closer. "What I know, Captain, is that millions of orcs are entrenched upon this planet, and more arrive with every successful greenskin transmission. I know your liberation fleet will pay in ships, guardsmen, Astartes and Mechanicus assets for every district it retakes. I know Graia's manufactoria are already being dismantled. You may distrust my uncertainties if you wish. The alternative is certainty, certainty of slaughter." Sidonus looked at Titus. On that point, he is not wrong. Leandros did not lower his weapon. A weapon drawing upon psychic principles demands sanction beyond expedience. Drogon's face twisted with frustration. "My rosette is the sanction." Titus studied him. There was something in the Inquisitor's manner he could not name. Not deception, not exactly. More like fixation, sharpened past reason. "Where is the source?" he asked. The descent into the experimental vaults carried them away from the open thunder of Graia's war and into a silence that grew less natural with every level. Heavy blast doors divided the lower manufactorum into sealed compartments. Emergency lumens burned weakly along the ceilings, alternating between red illumination and darkness as damaged power systems failed in sequence. Orcs had passed through some corridors and left their marks plainly. Tech priests lay butchered against walls, crimson robes soaked almost black, augmetic limbs hacked off for components. One corpse had been opened from throat to groin by a crude blade, organs dragged across the floor where greenskin boots had trampled them into paste. Another adept's cranial implants had been torn from his skull with enough force to remove much of the rear cranium. Yet deeper in the complex, the orcs became fewer, and Titus began noticing something else. His auto-senses returned contradictory pressure readings. The auspex marked movement where nothing stood. Thermal signatures appeared behind solid bulkheads and vanished when he turned toward them. A high-frequency vibration entered the bones of his skull, despite his armor reporting silence. "Interference increasing," Leandros said. "Confirmed," Titus answered. Sidonus stopped beside a corridor junction. "My auspex claims something is standing 3 meters behind me." Leandros looked back. The corridor was empty. "There is nothing there." "I found that comforting until you confirmed it." Titus pressed onward. The pressure worsened. It was not pain precisely. It resembled the moment before a storm broke, if the storm existed somewhere behind the eyes. His armor's machine spirit issued no explanation. They reached the vault behind doors bearing inquisitorial seals, mechanicus wards, and warning inscriptions, invoking death upon unauthorized hands. Drogan transmitted the unlocking cipher from above. The mechanisms groaned open. Cold air rolled out. At the center of the chamber stood a containment assembly surrounded by concentric rings of machinery, each ring inscribed with warding script and connected to coolant lines, power feeds, and systems Titus did not recognize. Something rested within the innermost field. It was not luminous in any ordinary sense, yet looking directly at it seemed to leave color behind the eyes. The power source appeared to distort the space immediately around its containment housing, as though distance itself had become uncertain. Leandros stopped at the threshold. "Captain." Titus felt it too. The pressure that had haunted the descent now had direction. "I know." Drogan's voice entered their vox. "The source is stable. The containment system isolates the dangerous emissions." Sidonus looked at the readouts. "Your definition of stable appears generous. Remove it from the central housing and bring it to me. The transport casing will maintain containment." Titus stepped forward. The first warding ring deactivated when his armor crossed it. His retinal display flooded with warnings. Atmospheric readings became meaningless. His pulse remained steady, but both hearts accelerated in response to something his conscious mind could not identify. The sensation pressed against him, cold and intimate, like fingers probing beneath armor that no physical hand had breached. Titus continued. Leandros's voice came through the squad channel. "Captain, your biometrics. Within tolerance. Mine are not." Sidonus added, "Nor mine." Titus reached the containment housing. Strange reflections moved across its polished surfaces, although nothing in the chamber was moving. He closed one gauntlet around the transport interface and disengaged the locks. For an instant, the pressure intensified enough to stagger Sidonus behind him. Leandros dropped to one knee, Bolter striking the floor as he caught himself. Titus remained standing. The cold passed through him, and then receded. Warning runes blinked across his display, registered extreme anomalous exposure, and then inexplicably returned to normal. Silence followed. Titus lifted the source free and secured it inside the armored transport casing. Source obtained. No one answered immediately. He turned. Sidonus had risen. Leandros was staring directly at him. "You were unaffected." "I felt it." "Not as we did." Titus looked at the closed casing. "We can discuss physiology after the mission." Leandros said nothing more. He did not need to. Titus could feel the observation being stored somewhere more durable than an armor log. The orcs struck before they reached the second level. A demolition charge blew open a maintenance hatch, and boys poured through before the smoke cleared. Titus fired from the hip. The first bolts detonated inside packed bodies and sprayed those behind with shredded green flesh. Sidonus selected the knob immediately, ignoring lesser targets, until 3 rounds punched through its armor and burst across its chest cavity. The creature remained upright. Sidonus fired a 4th through its mouth. Leandros guarded the power source, moving backward in disciplined steps while his bolter swept every side passage. More orcs came from above. The corridor became too narrow for maneuver. Titus drew his chainsword and entered them. The blade screamed through a shoulder, jammed against bone, and tore loose in a wash of hot blood. He smashed the pommel into another orc's teeth, fired his pistol into its open mouth, and blew the back of its skull across the bulkhead. A boy wrapped both arms around his waist and tried to drag him down, while another raised an axe. Titus broke the grappling orc's spine across his knee, used the dying body as cover against the axe, and drove his chainsword through both bodies together. Sidonus stepped over severed limbs, firing single shots into knobs before they could organize the mob. They have become enthusiastic. Titus crushed an orc throat beneath his boot. Withdraw by bounds. At last, conventional doctrine, Leandros said. Blood covered the floor deeply enough that their boots slipped upon it. A severed arm continued clenching and unclenching around a pistol as Titus passed. Behind them, the corridor filled with green bodies faster than they could kill them. The Ultramarines did not attempt to kill every orc. They killed the ones necessary to keep moving. When they emerged into the upper manufactorum, Graia had become red beneath the setting haze. Guard artillery flashed across the horizon. Orc rockets climbed in drunken arcs and came down somewhere beyond sight, each impact sending new towers of smoke above the factories. Aircraft crossed the burning sky in swarms. The war had not noticed their descent into the vaults and would not notice their return. Titus carried the power source back into Drogon's research annex, while Sidonus sealed the doors, and Leandros established a firing position overlooking the main approach. Drogon approached the casing immediately. His exhaustion vanished beneath something approaching reverence. You have it. Titus did not release his grip at once. You will explain every stage before activation. Drogon looked at him, impatient. Captain, every minute wasted costs lives. Then speak quickly. The Inquisitor began connecting the source to the psychic scourge. The machine occupied much of the chamber, coils and focusing arrays surrounding a central emitter whose construction combined Mechanicus engineering with components Titus could not identify. Sidonus stood beside him. I dislike this. Specify. The machine, the Inquisitor, the source. Choose whichever answer troubles you least. Across the chamber, Leandros was not looking at Drogon. He was watching Titus. The final coupling locked into place. Drogon whispered something that might have been prayer or calculation. Power moved through the scourge. At first the sound resembled a distant generator climbing toward operational load. Cogitators illuminated. Diagnostic runes raced across screens. The focusing rings began rotating around the central assembly. Outside, the war continued without interruption, artillery booming through the walls. Titus watched the readings rise. Inquisitor. Drogon did not answer. Inquisitor. The containment values are exceeding tolerance. They must. The machine's pitch sharpened. Frost appeared across one console, despite the heat of the manufactorum. A servitor collapsed as blood began pouring from its eyes. Leandros raised his bolter. Shut it down. Drogon turned toward the scourge with an expression Titus could not read. Every lumen in the chamber exploded simultaneously. Darkness lasted less than a heartbeat before violet-white light erupted from the machine. The air became painfully cold. Metal shrieked. Sidonus staggered as something invisible struck him. Titus saw the walls distort, as though reflected through disturbed water. Voices whispered across the vox on frequencies no living throat was transmitting. Somewhere very far away, something enormous seemed to inhale. Titus understood then, not through scholarship and not through psychic sight, but through the battlefield instinct that had carried him through every killing ground since Tarentus. The scourge was not discharging outward, it was opening inward. He seized Drogon by the shoulder and dragged him away from the controls as the center of the machine turned blacker than darkness, a wound forming in reality itself. The edges widened. Beyond them, there were shapes moving where no shapes should exist, impossible silhouettes pressing toward the material universe from the other side. Leandros shouted an invocation to the Emperor. Sidonus brought his bolter to his shoulder. Drogon screamed that the process could still be controlled. Titus knew better. The cold became agony, The chamber walls bent toward the opening. Somewhere beyond the veil came laughter that did not belong to orcs, men, or anything born beneath a sane sun. Titus stared into the growing breach and understood the truth, one heartbeat before hell answered from within it. They had not built a weapon. They had opened a door. Reality opened its mouth, and Graia screamed into it. The wound at the heart of the psychic scourge widened with a violence no physical detonation could have produced. Steel around the apparatus folded inward, as though the manufactorum itself were being dragged toward some impossible depth, rivets shrieking from their housings, while frost raced across metal already hot from battle. Titus drove one gauntlet into the deck to remain upright. His armor flooded his vision with contradictory warnings. Atmospheric pressure fell, rose, ceased to possess values the machine spirit could interpret. Temperature plunged below freezing, while pools of blood across the laboratory began to boil. Sidonus braced against an overturned cogitator bank, bolter already raised. Leandros spoke a battle prayer through clenched teeth as the darkness within the scourge split apart and revealed not another place, but something that violated the very principle of place. Shapes moved behind the torn veil, horned silhouettes, blades, eyes like furnace apertures. The first demon came through crouched upon digitigrade legs, red hide steaming beneath the laboratory lumens, a black sword burning in one claw. Its skull-like face turned toward the nearest living creature, an orc boy who had forced its way through a shattered bulkhead moments before the activation. The greenskin stared for perhaps half a heartbeat. The demon's hellblade passed through its torso. Flesh did not merely part. It blackened around the cut, blood flashing into vapor, while the orc's separated halves struck the floor on opposite sides of the creature. More bloodletters poured through behind it. The orcs recoiled for a handful of seconds, shouting in confusion as demons carved into them. Then confusion became the one response Titus should have expected. "New gits!" a boy bellowed, raising its cleaver. "Get 'em!" The chamber became a butcher's pit, as greenskins hurled themselves at entities born from mankind's oldest nightmares with ecstatic violence. There was no order to the killing. Orcs hacked at demons. Demons opened orcs from throat to groin, and ultramarine bolters hammered both whenever either threatened the squad. A bloodletter bounded across a control station and came for Leandros with its hellblade raised. Leandros fired 3 times into its chest. The first bolt burst red flesh. The second tore through ribs that looked more like scorched iron than bone. The third detonated inside the creature's neck and removed its head, yet the body continued 2 more strides before collapsing at his feet. Titus put a bolt pistol round through an orc, attempting to attack Sidonus from behind, then turned as another demon struck. Its sword hit his chainsword in a shower of sparks, and something colder than ice traveled through the weapon into his gauntlet. The chainsword's teeth screamed against the warp-forged blade. Titus broke contact, fired through the demon's abdomen, and drove forward while the shell exploded inside it, shouldering the creature against the scourge housing before soaring through its neck. Black-red fluid sprayed his breastplate and evaporated before reaching the floor. "The breach is widening," Leandros warned. He was correct. What had begun as a wound no broader than the machine was expanding through the chamber, and every second brought more shapes toward it. Titus looked toward Drogon. The Inquisitor was not fighting. He stood beyond the machinery, staring into the breach with something that was not fear. Recognition, perhaps. Anticipation. "Drogon!" Titus roared. The mortal turned his face toward him with agonizing slowness. Before he could answer, something much larger stepped through the wound. Chaos Space Marines came first, and their arrival changed the rhythm of the massacre. The orcs were disorder given flesh, the demons hunger and hatred without restraint. The traitor Astartes were worse because they still understood discipline. Ancient power armor emerged from the breach beneath crusts of blasphemous metal, trophy chains, and symbols of the ruinous powers carved directly into ceramite. Horned helms turned in measured arcs as bolters rose.
They did not fire wildly. Controlled bursts hammered into orcs already engaged with the demons, mass reactive shells tearing green bodies apart with the same brutal efficiency as loyalist ammunition. A group of boys charged them from the flank. The renegades shifted formation without spoken command, 2 kneeling, 3 standing, every weapon finding a separate target. The mob ceased to exist beneath the volley. One greenskin survived long enough to reach them and buried a cleaver in a traitor's pauldron. The Chaos Marine caught the orc by the face, crushed its skull between armored fingers, and threw the corpse aside without interrupting his advance. "Carrion servants of the corpse throne," a distorted voice growled across the chamber. Another answered with laughter. Titus saw the 8-pointed star carved into blackened plate and felt the nature of the war change around him. An orc invasion could be destroyed. Worlds had survived wars before, though survival sometimes required mountains of imperial dead. Chaos was not merely another invading army. Wherever the archenemy gained purchase, reality itself became contested ground. Then Nemeroth entered, and even the traitor Astartes seemed diminished around him. He wore Terminator plate swollen by corruption and engraved with the signs of chaos undivided, each slab of armor thick enough to withstand weapons that would butcher ordinary infantry. Lightning claws extended from both gauntlets, their talons crawling with energy. His uncovered head bore the marks of a warrior who had given himself willingly to powers older than the Imperium, and his eyes fixed upon Titus with the interest of a predator, recognizing an unexpected complication. The air around him distorted. Titus brought his pistol up, yet before he could fire, a force like an invisible fist struck him and drove him to one knee. Sidonus was thrown against a wall. Leandros fought to raise his bolter and could not. Nemeroth walked through the slaughter without haste. Demons crouched away from him. Traitor Marines lowered their weapons in acknowledgement. "So," he said, his voice amplified by armor and by something beneath the armor, "these are the sons of Guilliman who have served me so diligently." Titus forced against the pressure holding him. "We serve the Emperor." Nemeroth smiled. "You served my purpose. The distinction matters less than you imagine." Footsteps sounded behind Titus. Drogon approached the Chaos Lord. Leandros strained against the unseen force. "Inquisitor, stop!" Drogon did not even look at him. Titus watched the mortal reach Nemeroth and understood before the explanation came. Drogon's gait had always been wrong, not wounded, not merely exhausted, wrong. His urgency had never belonged to a man trying to save a world. It had belonged to an instrument trying to complete a task. Nemeroth placed one clawed gauntlet against the Inquisitor's chest. Drogon convulsed. His mouth opened wider than living muscle should have allowed, and a shadow seemed to pull itself from somewhere behind his eyes. The body sagged instantly. Its skin grayed. Old wounds opened beneath dried blood, as though whatever had inhabited the flesh had been the only thing commanding it to remain animate. "Drogon died before you ever heard his voice," Nemeroth said. "A useful corpse. An inquisitorial seal opens so many doors, does it not?" The dead man's body folded to the floor with the graceless weight of meat. Titus stared at it. Every choice returned to him with poisonous clarity. He had answered the distress call because an inquisitor might possess decisive intelligence. He had retrieved the power source because millions of orcs threatened Grya. He had permitted activation because conventional victory would cost armies. Each decision had been rational. Each had advanced Nemeroth's design. Leandros's voice reached him through strained breath. "Captain, we should never have touched it." Titus did not look toward him. Not now. The Codex warns against exactly this corruption of judgment. Sidonus forced himself up one elbow against Nemeroth's psychic restraint. The Codex did not mention a dead Inquisitor being worn by a demon, Leandros. The principle remains. The enemy counted on principles.
Titus heard anger rising between them and ended it. Enough. We survive first. Judgment afterward. A roar thundered from the far side of the chamber so loudly that even Nemeroth turned. Something smashed through a damaged bulkhead, scattering armor plate and masonry. Grimskull came through the opening surrounded by surviving boys, his enormous body scarred from earlier fighting and his face twisted with something approaching outrage. He stared first at Titus, then at the demons, then finally at Nemeroth. The warboss's expression changed. Not fear, recognition of a greater challenge. "Oi!" he bellowed. "This is my fight!" A bloodletter leapt at him. Grimskull caught the demon around the throat with one hand and smashed it into the floor hard enough to crack the deck. He stamped its chest until the body came apart beneath his boot, then pointed his weapon toward Nemeroth. "You think you can come sneaking in and nick my world?" Nemeroth regarded him with contempt. "Beast." Grimskull's tusks showed in a grin. "Big talk." Then the warboss charged. He hit Nemeroth with enough force to drive both of them through a railing. The Chaos Lord's concentration broke. The pressure holding Titus vanished. "Source," Titus ordered. The containment assembly had ejected the power source during the Scourge's overload. It lay amid wreckage near the breach, radiating the same pressure Titus had felt in the vault. He reached it before the traitor Astartes could react, seized the casing, and felt impossible cold penetrate his gauntlets. Sidonus and Leandros opened fire. "Withdraw," Titus ordered. Behind them, Grimskull and Nemeroth crashed through machinery, while demons, orcs, and traitors tore one another apart around the two commanders. The outside world had become worse. Titus emerged from the research complex, beneath a sky mutilated by the warp. The orbital spire rose beyond the manufacturum districts, and around its impossible height, a bruise had formed across reality, violet-black clouds twisting inward toward a widening rupture. Lightning traveled upward from the ground. Shapes descended within it. Some were aircraft, others possessed wings. Imperial Vox channels carried reports faster than any command staff could organize them. Traitor Astartes sighted in the eastern works. Demonic incursion confirmed. Grid follows. Emperor preserve us. They are inside the line. Artillery command. Target our position. Target our position now. One transmission ended beneath screams and bolter fire, too deep to belong to mortal infantry. Guard batteries continued firing at Orc concentrations, while new coordinates identified Chaos forces appearing behind Imperial positions. The Liberation Fleet was drawing closer to Graia, but Titus now understood what it might find upon arrival. Not a forge world under Xenos occupation, a world with a functioning gateway into the Immaterium. Entire armies could be fed through such a wound. If it remained open long enough, the question would cease to be whether Graia could be liberated. The question would become whether Graia could be allowed to exist. Sidonus looked toward the spire. The Scourge anchored the breach there. Leandros's gaze remained upon the power source in Titus's hands. Then the artifact caused this. It opened the wound, Titus said, which means it may possess enough energy to close it. Leandros turned sharply. "You propose using it again?" Titus expanded the tactical feed. Invictus remained inside Manufacturum Ajakis, damaged systems awakening beneath Mechanicus control. The Titan's plasma weapon can reach the spire. Conventional output may not be sufficient to collapse the structure and the breach together. The source can overcharge it. That is conjecture. Yes. After what we witnessed, you would place warp-tainted machinery inside a god engine? I would destroy the breach before Nemeroth turns this planet into a gateway. Leandros stepped closer. And if the source corrupts the Titan? Sidonus answered before Titus could. Then we will have discovered a worse problem. Leandros ignored him. Captain, you carried the artifact through exposure that brought both of us to our knees. You survived the Scourge. We do not know why. Titus held his gaze. No, we do not. That does not concern you? It concerns me less than the warp rift above us. He handed the source to Sidonus. If corruption takes me, kill me. Until then, we complete the mission. Sidonus accepted the casing. Clear enough. Leandros said nothing. They never reached Invictus unchallenged. Grimskull found them inside the subterranean transporter works, where titanic rail lines carried war engines between assembly chambers. The war boss came through a blast door with a mob at his back, killing one of his own boys when the creature failed to move quickly enough from his path. "Blue Humi?" His laughter rolled through the cavern. "Knew you'd run this way." Titus drew his chainsword. "Sidonus, take the source to Invictus." "Captain, go." Leandros hesitated. Titus pointed toward the transit route. "With him." The two Ultramarines obeyed. Grimskull watched them leave and made no attempt to follow. He had wanted the source before. Now he wanted Titus more. "At last," the war boss said, raising his brutal weapon. "No running, no flying, just you and me." Titus's bolt pistol came up. "Come and take your victory." Grimskull roared and charged. The first impact nearly broke Titus's stance. Grimskull's weapon smashed against his chainsword and drove him backward across the deck, armor servos screaming. The war boss was stronger than any orc Titus had fought on Graia, every limb thick with corded muscle, every old scar evidence that countless rivals had already failed to kill him. Titus fired into his abdomen at contact range. 2 bolts exploded inside green flesh. Grimskull staggered, looked down at blood pumping from the wounds and laughed. He struck Titus across the chest, hard enough to throw the Space Marine through a railing. Titus rolled as the war boss landed where he had fallen, metal buckling beneath the impact. He cut across Grimskull's thigh. Chainsword teeth carved a trench through muscle, but failed to sever the limb. Grimskull caught Titus by the pauldron and hurled him against a support column. Warning runes flashed scarlet. The war boss came on, bleeding from half a dozen wounds and growing more delighted with each one. "That's it. Fight." Titus did. He stopped trying to match strength with strength. He made Grimskull turn, forced him to charge, used broken machinery to narrow his movement, and fired whenever the war boss committed his weight. Bolts tore chunks from shoulder, neck, and torso. Grimskull slowed, but never stopped. When he charged again, Titus stepped inside the swing, allowed the weapon to score his pauldron, and drove the chainsword into the war boss's side until its motor screamed against bone. Grimskull headbutted him. Titus's helm cracked across one lens. The orc seized the chainsword and ripped it free from his own body. Titus drew the plasma pistol from his maglock. Grimskull saw it and grinned through blood running between his tusks. "That all you got?" The weapon's coils climbed in pitch as Titus charged the shot. Grimskull lunged. Titus waited until the enormous face filled his damaged vision. "It is enough!" He fired. Blue-white plasma struck Grimskull between the eyes. For an instant, the war boss's head became incandescent. Flesh flash-burned from the skull, bone blackened and burst, and the rear of his cranium exploded outward in a spray of superheated blood, charred brain matter, and fragments of tusk. The headless body remained upright for a heartbeat through sheer momentum before crashing to its knees. Titus watched the greatest orc on Graia collapse. Grimskull had died with what remained of his mouth still shaped into a grin. Invictus awakened to prayer and thunder. By the time Titus reached the Titan works, Sidonus and Leandros had delivered the source to the waiting Mechanicus adepts. Tech priests swarmed across control galleries, chanting Binharic invocations as reactor output climbed. Deep within the warlord, plasma systems came alive one after another. The sound was not mechanical, so much as geological. The floor shook. Pistons the size of towers moved for the first time since the invasion. Void shield generators hummed into readiness. The Titan's head lifted, and somewhere inside its command throne, the princeps became one with a machine spirit ancient enough to regard ordinary tanks as insects. Titus carried the source to the weapon coupling himself. The pressure returned immediately, needling behind his eyes. Leandros watched every step. Titus locked the artifact into the plasma cannon's auxiliary system. Warning klaxons became continuous. Tech priests screamed prayers to the Omnissiah while, for one heartbeat, there was a second sun. Invictus discharged. The plasma blast left the weapon as a column of white-blue annihilation, vaporizing dust and debris for hundreds of meters around the muzzle and turning the Manufactorum shadows black against the walls. Titus's auto-senses darkened automatically, yet the light still burned after images across his vision. Kilometers away, guardsmen stopped firing and stared upward as night became day. Orcs in trenches howled at the spectacle. Chaos Marines on the approaches to the spire turned too late. The plasma strike crossed Graia's poisoned sky and hit the orbital spire with the violence of judgment. Armor, gantries, traitor emplacements, and entire structural sections ceased to exist. The upper tower opened from within, molten fragments falling like artificial meteors, while the warp wound convulsed around it. The sound arrived seconds later, a planetary concussion that rolled across Manufactorum districts and shattered every remaining pane of glass within kilometers. The breach contracted. Demonic shapes inside it twisted, stretched and vanished as reality reasserted itself. For the first time since the scourge activated, Titus felt the pressure behind his eyes lessen. He removed the power source from the coupling after the weapon cooled enough to approach. "This does not return to the Inquisition," Titus said. Sidonus accepted the casing. "Agreed. It goes to Macragge. The chapter master and the chief librarian will decide how it is contained." Leandros watched Titus's hands. "You touched it again." Titus turned. "And?" Leandros seemed about to answer when a rupture of darkness appeared behind Sidonus. Nemeroth stepped from it. Titus shouted the veteran's name. Sidonus began to turn. A lightning claw punched through his back and erupted from his chest. Ceramite split outward. Ribs shattered. One talon emerged beneath his gorget, carrying strips of lung and dark arterial blood. Sidonus's bolter fell from suddenly powerless fingers. Nemeroth lifted him from the ground as easily as a butcher raising a carcass. The veteran's helmet turned toward Titus for the smallest fraction of a second. Then the Chaos Lord tore the claws free. Sidonus fell heavily onto the deck. Titus fired, but Nemeroth was already withdrawing into the warp with the power source in his grasp. The rupture closed around him. Titus reached Sidonus and dropped to one knee. The veteran's chest was destroyed. Blood flooded broken armor seals and spread beneath him in a widening pool. No Laraman cells could close wounds like these. No apothecary could restore organs torn apart by a Chaos Lord's claws. Sidonus, who had survived wars enough to make death seem almost embarrassed by its repeated failures, lay still upon the iron floor of Graia. Leandros stood several paces away, staring first at the corpse, then at Titus. Behind his lenses were questions Titus could not answer. Why had the warp not consumed him? Why had the source not corrupted him? Why had Nemeroth manipulated them so easily? Titus heard none of them spoken. He looked at the blood of his oldest battle brother spreading across the deck, and then toward the ruined orbital spire, where faint lightning was already beginning to gather again. Nemeroth had the source, and somewhere within the darkness above Graia, he had begun to ascend. Sidonus was dead, and there was nothing in the Codex Astartes that required Captain Dimitri and Titus to pretend otherwise. He knelt beside the veteran beneath the iron vaults of Manufactorum Ajakis, while Graia shook around them, placed 2 fingers against the ruined seal beneath Sidonus's gorget, and received no pulse through the tactile sensors of his gauntlet. The lightning claws had destroyed both hearts, torn apart the lungs, and opened the chest cavity so completely that fragments of rib protruded through the rent ceramite like broken ivory. Dark blood had spread beneath the body and was already clotting into a black-red skin. Titus closed the veteran's staring eyes with one thumb. He removed Sidonus's identification seals,
recovered the service studs and chapter relics that could not be abandoned to the enemy, then lifted the fallen warrior's chainsword from the floor. The teeth were still wet with orc blood. Leandros stood over them, motionless, except for the rise and fall of his armored chest. "He should not have died here," the younger ultramarine said. Titus rose. "Every warrior dies somewhere. Nemeroth murdered him for the artifact we brought here." "Yes." Leandros' voice tightened. "Then this is upon us." Titus maglocked Sidonus' chainsword beside his own. "Responsibility is not absolution, brother, nor is grief a mission. Nemeroth has the power source. He intends to purchase apotheosis with it. Until he is dead, Sidonus remains unavenged, and Graia remains condemned." Leandros looked once more at the veteran's corpse. Titus heard the emotion beneath his next words, and permitted it no room to grow. "We mourn him when the enemy is ash." He turned toward the alarms sounding through the manufactorum. "Move." The Liberation Fleet arrived above Graia to find the world already descending into a form of war for which no sane commander could have prepared. Imperial vessels translated at the system edge and drove toward the Forge world beneath the protection of cruisers, whose lance batteries immediately began tearing orc hulks from orbit. Troop ships vomited landers into the atmosphere. Valkyries and bulk transports descended through clouds stained orange by continent-spanning fires, while Navy fighters clawed open temporary corridors through the greenskin air swarms. Fresh Cadian formations reached the ground beside armored columns, basilisk batteries, and
lines of Lehman Russ battle tanks, only to discover that many of the defensive maps prepared during transit had become meaningless while they traveled. Streets marked clear were buried under orc dead. Manufactoria designated secure contained demons. Supply depots were burning. Entire reinforcement zones lay inside the fields of fire of traitor Astartes' fortifications, established less than an hour before. Ultramarine drop pods struck among the industrial districts like blue meteors, disgorging battle brothers of the Second Company into immediate combat, while elsewhere, the dark crimson armor of the Blood Ravens appeared among the arriving Adeptus Astartes. Squad Corvus joined the assault upon the severed approaches to the orbital spire, their bolters adding another disciplined thunder to a world already deafened by war. None of it resembled salvation. The Liberation Fleet had not reached Graia at the end of the battle. It had arrived precisely in time to inherit hell. Titus and Leandros crossed that hell toward the spire. They passed engagements whose beginnings they had not witnessed, and whose endings they would never learn. A Cadian platoon advanced behind a Lehman Russ through an avenue paved in orc corpses, only for corrupted Astartes to open fire from a manufactorum gallery. The first traitor volley killed 9 guardsmen before the mortals understood where the rounds were coming from. One man's chest disappeared inside his flak armor, blood and fragments of spine striking the soldier behind him. Another was hit in the abdomen and folded around the detonation as his lower torso opened across the roadway. The Lehman Russ traversed its turret toward the gallery, fired once, and collapsed the entire firing position beneath an explosive shell, burying 2 of Nemeroth's warriors in tons of steel and ferrocrete. An ultramarine squad moved immediately to exploit the breach. 50 meters farther on, orc survivors erupted from a drainage conduit and attacked both armies without distinction, roaring as they charged into lasfire and traitor bolter rounds. A bloodletter manifested among a guard heavy weapons section behind the Imperial advance, decapitated the autocannon gunner, and opened the loader from shoulder to pelvis, before a blood raven crushed the demon beneath a power maul. Basilisk shells screamed overhead throughout it all, descending somewhere beyond the manufactorum skyline, with impacts Titus felt through his boots. This was no longer a war with a front. Graia had become thousands of separate killing grounds bleeding into one another, and Titus could influence almost none of them. There was one target he could influence. Every stride, therefore, carried him toward Nemeroth. Leandros waited until they entered the relative shelter of a wrecked transit terminus before speaking. "Captain, I require an answer." Titus checked the ammunition display within his helm and replaced a partially depleted magazine. "Then ask your question. How did you survive?" Titus looked at him. Leandros continued before he could respond. "The power source incapacitated Sidonus and me. The scourge exposed us to energies of the immaterium. Again you endured. You carried the artifact. You interfaced it with Invictus. You were not merely alive afterward. You remained functional." Titus secured the magazine. "I do not know." The answer seemed to trouble Leandros more than any denial could have done. "You have no explanation?" "None." "And that does not alter your judgment?" "It alters what I must investigate if we survive Graia. It does not alter what stands above us." Titus indicated the spire through a fracture in the terminal wall. Warp lightning crawled around its mutilated upper reaches. "Nemeroth has declared his intention. His forces are protecting the structure. The artifact is there. We have evidence enough to act." Leandros's bolter remained lowered, but his posture was rigid. Purity cannot be assumed because a warrior believes his intentions pure. "Agreed. Then you understand my concern." "Entirely." Titus stepped closer. "Concern is not condemnation, Leandros. Suspicion is not proof. We are ultramarines. We judge by evidence, not fear." "And if evidence comes too late?" Titus looked again toward the spire. "Then do your duty. Until that moment, help me do mine." The upper approaches had ceased to obey the laws that governed the rest of Graia. Nemeroth's ritual was corrupting the spire faster than Imperial forces could secure its lower levels. Titus reached the first ascension platforms aboard a Thunderhawk, whose starboard wing had been holed 3 times by anti-aircraft fire, descended under bolter fire, and entered a fortress in which the material world was becoming uncertain of itself. Human corpses floated above the deck where gravity had failed, dead guardsmen turning slowly through the air, with entrails drifting from ruptured bodies in obscene red ribbons. One corpse traveled upward, while spent shell casings fell downward beside it. 8-pointed symbols glowed within steel without having been carved there. Bulkheads pulsed as though breathing. Titus's armor reported temperatures ranging from furnace heat to killing cold within the same corridor, then abandoned the readings entirely. Whispers entered his vox, despite every external frequency being sealed. Some used voices he had known on Macraga. One sounded like Sidonus. Titus muted the channel. The voice continued. His autosenses could filter poison, compensate for sudden darkness, identify ballistic trajectories, and reduce artillery thunder to survivable levels. They could not command the warp to become rational. Ahead, traitor Astartes held every ascending junction. They did not fight like men trying to survive. They fought like worshippers defending the altar upon which their god was being born. Titus killed the first with concentrated bolter fire against the gorget. 3 mass-reactive shells cracked corrupted ceramite. The 4th entered the neck and detonated inside the warrior's spine. The traitor's head snapped backward beneath a burst of black blood, and Titus was already shifting toward the next target. Leandros covered the corridor, while Titus took the jump pack from a fallen assault station and locked it to his armor. They advanced vertically through gantries, lift shafts, and fractured exterior platforms, sometimes climbing through the structure and sometimes launching between sections exposed to the poisoned sky. Ammunition vanished at an appalling rate. Titus emptied his bolter into 2 Chaos Marines, holding an elevated firing position, abandoned the weapon when the chamber ran dry, and drew Sidonus's chainsword with his left hand. The veteran's weapon roared again. A traitor swung a power blade at Titus's head. He evaded the first stroke, accepted the second against his pauldron, and drove the chainsword into the weakened joint below the enemy's breastplate. The teeth caught, screamed, and then tore through. Blackened organs spilled from the wound as Titus ripped the weapon sideways.
Leandros threw a frag grenade over Titus's shoulder. The detonation caught 3 cultists and a wounded traitor near the platform edge, shredding the mortals into pieces and driving the Chaos Marine backward into empty air. Far below, Imperial artillery still flashed among manufacturum districts so distant they resembled sparks beneath a storm. The surviving traitors withdrew toward the ritual nexus because Nemeroth no longer required them to win. He required only time. Titus reached the upper crown of the spire and found reality opened around the Chaos Lord like a wound around a blade. The power source hung within a lattice of black machinery, no longer contained, but bleeding violet light into cables, armor, and flesh alike. Nemeroth stood before it. His Terminator plate had begun merging with what lay beneath. Horns protruded through sections of armor that had become too organic to remain ceramite. One lightning claw was swollen beyond its previous proportions, the fingers lengthening into talons, while dark veins moved beneath exposed flesh. His shadow bore wings his body did not yet possess. Demetrian Titus, Nemeroth said, and somehow his voice reached the entire platform without amplification. Still you come forward. Still you refuse the lesson being written in your own flesh. Titus raised his plasma pistol. You mistake survival for allegiance. Nemeroth smiled. Do I? Your brother sees it. The little zealot who watches you with such frightened devotion. He knows what you refuse to admit. The warp touches you and finds no purchase, because perhaps it recognizes what already belongs to it. Titus fired. Nemeroth moved aside, and the plasma bolt burned through the ritual architecture behind him. That is your answer? The Chaos Lord asked. Titus advanced. You threaten an Imperial
world. Sidonus's chainsword came alive. That is the only answer you require. Nemeroth met him with enough force to lift an Astartes from his feet. The lightning claw struck Titus across the breastplate, cutting through the aquila and gouging deep trenches into ceramite before throwing him against a support buttress. Armor alarms screamed. Titus rolled before the follow-up strike demolished the structure where his head had been. He fired his plasma pistol into Nemeroth's side. Superheated matter burned through armor and cooked flesh beneath, but the Chaos Lord no longer responded to pain as a mortal organism should. He laughed and struck again. Titus drove Sidonus's chainsword across the talons, teeth shedding sparks, then triggered his jump pack and launched over Nemeroth, rather than trying to hold ground against superior strength. He landed behind the ritual machinery and fired into its support systems. Nemeroth's amusement vanished. You cannot deny me what the gods have promised. Your gods promise whatever brings another slave to his knees. Titus fired again. The power source flared. Nemeroth charged. Titus moved aside at the final instant, and the Chaos Lord's immense weight shattered one of the stabilizing columns. Warp energy exploded through the platform. Leandros, fighting below against the last traitor reinforcements, shouted a warning over the Vox. The spire lurched. Gravity changed direction. The world fell sideways. Titus was hurled from the platform with Nemeroth beside him as hundreds of tons of ritual machinery tore free and vanished into Graia's burning sky. The jump pack fired, but could not arrest the chaotic tumble. Nemeroth caught Titus by the throat as they fell and drove a claw through the outer plate of his abdomen. Pain flashed white. The talons penetrated ceramite, black carapace and flesh, opening him beneath the ribs. Blood immediately filled the armor cavity. His secondary heart increased output, while the hemastomen altered his blood chemistry, and Laraman cells began working against wounds no mortal body could have endured for seconds. Titus locked both hands around Nemeroth's wrist and forced the claw away before it could reach his spine. They struck a descending piece of gantry, rolled across it, and fell again. The power source tumbled nearby, still locked inside broken machinery, violet energy crawling over it like living lightning. Nemeroth saw it. Titus saw him see it. Both warriors fired their jump systems. They collided beside the artifact in open air. Nemeroth's transformation accelerated. His armor split across the shoulders as new mass forced itself into existence. Bone-pierced flesh. Dark pinions began forming from his back in shapes that changed every time Titus looked directly at them. "You cannot kill what I am becoming," Nemeroth roared. Titus drove his chainsword into the exposed junction beneath the Chaos Lord's arm. "Then I will kill what you are." Teeth tore through meat altered by the warp. Blood came out steaming and black. Nemeroth seized the weapon, crushed its housing, and punched Titus hard enough to fracture the remaining lens of his helm. Titus released the ruined chainsword. Sidonus's weapon disappeared into the void. He drew his combat blade instead, caught Nemeroth around the neck, and drove the knife repeatedly through gaps in mutating armor, while both warriors plummeted through smoke and debris. Nemeroth struck him away. Titus triggered the jump pack one final time, using the burst not to escape, but to drive himself straight back into the Chaos Lord. They hit the power source together. Titus wrapped one gauntlet around the artifact's damaged housing. The universe disappeared beneath white fire. Raw empiric force entered Titus without permission. He heard voices without language and saw colors that had never existed beneath any star. Every scar in his body seemed to reopen. His two hearts stopped for one impossible instant and restarted together. Nemeroth screamed, not in triumph but fury, as Titus forced the unstable source against the half-formed demon's chest. "No," Nemeroth snarled. "You are mine." Titus saw Sidonus impaled upon lightning claws, Trajan dead against the wall of Beta Arcturus, Macraga buried beneath Tyranid corpses, and Leandros watching him with fear where brotherhood should have stood. He tightened his grip. "I belong to the Emperor." Then he crushed the damaged containment assembly against Nemeroth's body. The power source ruptured. Nemeroth came apart within the blast. Warp-born flesh split from armor, bones breaking outward, while violet fire poured from his eyes and mouth. Titus caught the Chaos Lord by the skull and drove both thumbs into what remained of his face as the transformation collapsed upon itself. Nemeroth's head burst beneath the combined violence of Astartes' strength and uncontrolled empiric discharge, fragments of bone and burning flesh vanishing into the storm. The forming wings disintegrated. The enormous body dissolved around Titus in strips of black matter that the warp tore away before they could fall. Then the artifact failed completely. The psychic pressure vanished. Titus dropped through open air alone, bleeding inside broken armor, until the emergency systems of his damaged jump pack gave one final coughing ignition and threw him through the wall of a lower spire structure rather than allowing him to strike the ground at terminal velocity. He woke to Imperial guns. For several seconds, he believed the war had continued unchanged. Then he heard the difference. The firing was becoming intermittent. Without Grimskull, the surviving orcs had fragmented into mobs. Without Nemeroth and the open breach, the Chosen were isolated and dying beneath the pressure of the Liberation Force. Titus rose from the rubble, while his armor administered pain suppressants and sealed what wounds it could. Leandros found him before the guard medici did. The younger ultramarine stopped several paces away, stared at his captain's ruined armor, and asked only, "Nemeroth?" Titus removed his broken helm. "Dead." Leandros looked upward, at a sky from which the warp storm was beginning to recede. Then his eyes returned to Titus. There was no relief in them, only certainty forming around questions that Titus still could not answer. Judgment arrived after the guns had quietened enough to hear the engines of the inquisitorial transport. Inquisitor Jerome Thrax descended its ramp beneath the protection of black-armored space marines wearing the cross of the Black Templars. Mira stood among the surviving Cadians when Titus approached, her regiment reduced to exhausted clusters of men, surrounded by the dead. Thrax displayed his rosette and regarded Titus as one might regard unexploded ordnance. "Captain Demetrian Titus, You will accompany me." Mira stepped forward. "Inquisitor, Captain Titus saved this world." One of the Black Templars shifted his bolter toward her. Titus raised a hand before the gesture could become an execution. "Lieutenant." Mira stopped. Thrax's gaze never left him. "Your subordinate has testified to repeated exposure to warp phenomena without the expected physiological or spiritual consequences. The matter requires investigation." Titus looked at Leandros. The younger warrior did not avert his eyes. "You contacted the Inquisition. I fulfilled my duty to the chapter. You bypassed the chapter." Leandros's jaw tightened. The possibility of corruption permitted no lesser response. Titus studied him for a long moment. "You have memorized Gilliman's words, Leandros. One day, perhaps, you will understand why he wrote them." Mira began to protest again, but Titus silenced her with a glance. He could kill Thrax. He could kill the mortal's retainers. Against the Black Templars, blood would be spilled on both sides before the matter was settled, and then every surviving Imperial unit upon Graia would be forced to choose between competing authorities while Chaos corpses still burned in the streets. The consequences would stain the Ultramarines more deeply than any accusation. Titus removed his bolt pistol and handed it to Leandros. Then he surrendered his combat blade. "Captain," Mira said, and there was anger in her voice now. Titus looked toward the blasted Manufactoria, the wreckage of Invictus's firing line, the mountains of Orc dead, and the distant spire where Nemeroth had ceased to exist. Graia remained in Imperial hands. That was enough. It had to be. "The mission is complete, Lieutenant. See that your men live long enough to remember it." Thrax gestured toward the transport. Titus walked between the Black Templars without resistance. Behind him stood the brother who had accused him, the mortal soldiers he had saved, and the world for which Sidonus had died. Ahead waited only the red-lit interior of an inquisitorial vessel. The armored doors closed with the finality of a tomb. Graia had survived. Grimskull was dead. Nemeroth was dead. The warp breach was closed, and the Liberation Fleet possessed the skies. None of it followed Titus into the darkness. Sidonus lay dead beneath the Manufactorum. His company remained behind. His command was already passing from his hands, and soon even his name would disappear into the sealed archives of the Inquisition. Captain Demetrian Titus had crossed a planet of millions of orcs, demons, and traitor Astartes, and had survived the raw touch of the Immaterium itself. In the end, the enemy that took him from Graia wore the sigil of the Imperium. The transport climbed toward orbit, while forge fires dwindled beneath it, and for the first time since Tarentus, Titus went to war without a weapon in his hands. The Imperium had been saved. Its reward was chains. The first instrument entered Demetrian Titus through the eye. There was no blade, no needle, no physical intrusion that his enhanced flesh could reject or his Laraman cells could close. The pain passed directly through the mind. Titus sat restrained within a throne of black iron beneath the vaulted ceiling of an inquisitorial interrogation chamber, his wrists locked inside adamantium manacles, his armor gone, his body bare except for the scars of centuries of war and the surgical marks left by the making of an Adeptus Astartes. Brass censers burned around him, filling the chamber with incense that could not disguise the reek of antiseptic, old blood, and sanctified oils. Servo skulls hovered above his head, trailing cables into cogitator banks. Hooded psychers stood behind wards inscribed into the floor, their faces hidden beneath iron masks, and when Inquisitor Jerome Thrax raised one finger, they entered Titus's memories without permission. Graia returned. Sidonus died again. Lightning claws burst through blue ceramite. Nemeroth's face opened beneath Titus's hands. The power source burned against his flesh. The warp screamed through him. Then Tarentus came. Beta Arcturus, Macraga, every Xenos Titus had ever killed, and every brother he had watched die. Memories torn open and searched,
while servitors scratched quill marks across parchment with machine precision. Titus's heart accelerated. Muscles hardened until the restraints creaked. He did not scream. Thrax watched from beyond the circle of psychic wards and said, "Again." Again meant hours. It meant the psychic scourge descending through memories until recollection ceased to have sequence and became only pain wearing familiar faces. Titus saw his father on Tarentus, though he could no longer remember whether the face was genuine or something constructed by the interrogators. He saw Leandros standing beside inquisitorial troops on Graia. He heard the warp whisper in Sidonus's voice. He watched Nemeroth die, and then watched the Chaos Lord rise again inside the memory, because Thrax wanted the instant examined from another angle. "What did you feel when you touched the artifact?" the Inquisitor asked. "Cold." "What did you hear?" "Voices." "What did they offer?" "Nothing." Thrax moved closer. He had spent centuries hunting the things that crawled behind reality, and nothing in his bearing resembled the zealotry of a frightened novice. His suspicion was patient, educated, and therefore more dangerous. The Empyrean does not brush against mortal minds without consequence. Titus met his gaze. "I am not mortal. Do not mistake genecraft for immunity. Your kind have fallen before. I know. Entire legions. I know." Thrax studied him, as if the absence of argument were another possible symptom. "Then explain yourself." Titus's answer did not change. "I cannot." Thrax nodded toward the masked psychers. Again. When the mind trawls revealed nothing, Thrax turned to the flesh. Apothecarian servitors drew blood until vessels would have collapsed in an ordinary man. Tissue was excised from organs that no baseline human possessed. Samples of progenoid material were examined beneath instruments blessed by the Mechanicus and scrutinized for deviations so small they existed at the edge of measurable reality. Titus's blood was exposed to hexagrammatic wards. His bone marrow was tested. His black carapace was pierced. His secondary heart was monitored while sanctioned psychers pushed warp pressure against his soul and waited for hidden corruption to answer. Nothing answered. No mutation flowered beneath his skin. No demonic voice spoke through him. His gene seed remained that of Gilliman's line, stable and pure. Thrax recorded every negative result and ordered another examination. Titus eventually understood the logic. The Inquisitor did not torture him because he enjoyed pain. That would almost have been easier to comprehend. Thrax believed there was an answer. Titus had survived what should have corrupted him. Therefore, an explanation existed, and if the explanation had not been found, the examination had merely been insufficient. The Inquisition possessed both the authority to continue searching and the institutional memory of worlds lost, because someone had once decided that another investigation was unnecessary. So the knives returned, the psychers returned, the questions returned. Mercy never entered the calculation. Between interrogations, Titus slept inside stasis. He would be marched from the vault, bleeding from fresh incisions, placed within a sarcophagus of humming machinery, and locked beneath fields that slowed every biological process toward nothing. Consciousness would vanish. Then the lid would open. To Titus, perhaps an instant had passed. Beyond the watch station, planets revolved around their stars. Governors died and were replaced. Regiments were raised from populations whose grandparents had not yet been born when Titus entered captivity. He learned the passage of time from details Thrax considered irrelevant. Different servitors attended him. Priests aged between interrogations. Once, a mortal interrogator who had stood beside Thrax as a young man returned grey-haired and trembling, while Titus's face had altered scarcely at all. Another awakening brought new devotional inscriptions upon the chamber walls. Another brought a different pattern of laslock upon the guards' weapons. Decades became fragments of pain, separated by dreamless nothing. A century could be stolen from an Astartes I interrogation at a time.
On Macragge, Marneus Calgar did not forget. Requests passed from the fortress of Hera through administratum relays and inquisitorial representatives, formal at first, then increasingly direct. The chapter master demanded the return of a captain against whom no judgment had been declared. Answers came as acknowledgments without substance, referrals to sealed jurisdictions, citations of authority, and eventually silence. The Inquisition was not one army with one commander, whose door Calgar could batter down. It was a labyrinth of independent mandates, hidden conclaves and secrets sealed from other secrets. Somewhere inside that labyrinth, Demetrian Titus disappeared. The Second Company could not remain leaderless while the Imperium burned. Command passed to Cato Sicarius, whose victories accumulated while the lost captain's name became a question spoken less often with every passing year. Banners changed, campaign honors multiplied. Warriors Titus had trained became veterans and then casualties. The galaxy did what it had always done when a man vanished into darkness. It continued without him. Thrax continued as well. His suspicion of the Adeptus Astartes extended far beyond one ultramarine. Chapters were watched, censured, investigated, condemned. When signs of corruption appeared among the Grey Slayers, Thrax went personally with the Grey Knights to investigate what had infected the chapter and the feral population from which it drew its aspirants. The Knights of Titan performed the work for which they had been created. Bolters firing sanctified ammunition reduced corrupted Astartes to torn armor and bloody remains. Nemesis weapons severed bodies already malformed by the warp. The fortress monastery was purged chamber by chamber until its halls became charnel houses filled with the dead of men who had once called themselves servants of the Emperor. Then, during the investigation that followed, the thing Thrax had spent centuries finding in others found him. Possession did not care about authority. It did not recognize the rosette. The demon entered the Inquisitor, and the Grey Knights judged him with the same finality they had shown his quarry. Jerome Thrax, who had spent more than a century trying to discover corruption inside Titus, died corrupted himself beneath the weapons of the Emperor's demon hunters. There was no justice in it. Justice implied that the galaxy had been keeping account. The Red Hunters came afterward to secure what remained of Thrax's holdings. In a remote watch station far toward the galactic south, their search teams found stasis vaults hidden behind inquisitorial seals and discovered almost a score of space marines preserved inside. Titus opened his eyes expecting another interrogation, and instead saw red power armor through the condensation covering the sarcophagus. The locks disengaged. Cold vapor rolled over his body. "Identify yourself," said the Red Hunter standing before him. Titus sat upright, muscles awakening from enforced stillness. "Captain Demetrian Titus, Ultramarines Second Company." The title felt strange in his mouth. The Red Hunter was silent for several seconds. "Inquisitor Thrax is dead." Titus absorbed the words. "Cause? Possession." That silence lasted longer. Titus looked toward the open vault. At other sarcophagi containing warriors, Thrax had apparently found questionable enough to imprison, but not guilty enough to execute. Then his judgment was imperfect. The Red Hunter regarded him. That appears to be the prevailing conclusion. No message from Macragge awaited him. Titus learned later that Calgar had petitioned for him repeatedly, but knowledge arrived too late to govern the decision made within those first bitter days of freedom. He had been absent for more than a century. Another warrior held his company. His brothers had neither found nor reclaimed him. Titus concluded not that they had abandoned him, but that his name had become something the chapter could no longer bear openly. Whether the conclusion was true ceased to matter once he accepted it. He would not return to Macragge, carrying the shadow of Thrax's accusations behind him. At Watcher Keep, he stood before the officers of the Death Watch and relinquished what remained of Demetrian Titus. His armor was painted black. The left pauldron retained the silver of the Death Watch. The other would bear no proud declaration of Ultramar. He entered their brotherhood as a Black Shield, one of those warriors whose origins were surrendered to secrecy. When asked for the name by which he would serve, Titus answered, Nullus. Nothing. No one. The name required nothing from his past. It promised nothing from his future. The Death Watch did not ask him to heal. It asked him to kill Xenos, and that was an obligation he understood. Nullus descended from Corvus Blackstars beside warriors, whose chapters would never have fought together beneath ordinary circumstance. Sons of Dawn stood beside Sons of Russ. Chapters with traditions of patient fire discipline shared ammunition with brothers who considered close combat the purest answer to every tactical problem. Personal heraldry disappeared beneath black plate, but temperament could not be painted over. Nullus became useful because he had spent centuries learning that doctrine existed to be adapted to the enemy. On one nameless moon, his kill team entered an infested mining complex with stalker-pattern bolt weapons loaded with specialized ammunition and exterminated a Xenos leadership organism before the surrounding population understood the attack had begun. On another world, they boarded an alien vessel whose passageways contracted around them like intestines, killing creatures at ranges measured in arm lengths, while acid ate smoking pits into their armor. Special issue bolt rounds turned biological cover into shredded pulp. Frag cannon blasts reduced tightly packed organisms to sprays of chitin, organs, and steaming ichor. Missions expected to consume regiments were given to 5 or 6 Astartes because the Death Watch did not conquer territory. It removed the thing whose continued existence made conquest impossible. Nullus spoke little of his experience, which made other warriors underestimate its breadth until combat began. He recognized when an alien retreat was deliberate. He knew which creatures existed to command and which merely killed. He understood that destroying one organism at the proper moment could be worth 100 lesser corpses. Watcher Keep learned to place him where wars became unclear. The name Demetrian Titus disappeared beneath years of black armor and blood. Nullus became sufficient. He expected to wear that name until death. Then Hive Fleet Leviathan came from the galactic west. The first reports carried disbelief within them. Worlds in Segmentum Pacificus had known Tyranids as histories from the eastern fringe, distant catastrophes recited by officers who had never smelled a digestion pool or heard thousands of organisms scream through a synaptic command impulse. Leviathan corrected that ignorance with planetary slaughter. Hive ships rose from beneath the galactic plane. Astropathic communication choked beneath the shadow in the warp. Defense commanders wasted armies learning lessons Ultramar had paid for during Behemoth. Watchmaster Vadrian Shenol dispatched the alien hunters of Watcher Keep into the threatened systems, and Nullus went with Kill Team Kassarin into Residius aboard a Corvus Blackstar. He watched Kadaku grow beneath the gunship through tactical picked feeds, green jungle, Mechanicus installations, Astra Militarum positions, and spreading areas where the planet no longer belonged biologically to itself. Tyranid aerial contacts increasing, the pilot reported. Nullus saw them before the Auspex finished counting. Gargoyles and larger winged organisms filled the atmosphere ahead like a storm made from teeth. Brace. The sky struck them. Living projectiles hammered the Black Star's hull. Something clawed across the canopy. Autocannon fire shredded dozens of winged organisms, but dozens meant nothing to a Hive fleet. More replaced them instantly. A creature struck the port engine and disappeared inside the turbine in a burst of meat, chitin, and flame. The engine exploded. The Black Star rolled. Kill Team Kassarin locked boots to the deck, while gravity alarms howled around them. Impact imminent, the pilot said with absurd calm. Then Kadaku filled the world. The crash killed no Astartes. The jungle tried to correct the omission. Termagants appeared first among alien vegetation, already spreading through the native ecosystem, flesh-borer weapons twitching in their claws. Living ammunition struck black armor, beetle-like organisms biting into seals before detonating themselves inside flesh. Nullus put disciplined rounds through the first brood, while his brothers formed a perimeter around the burning Black Star. Tyrannid warriors emerged behind the gaunts, and the swarm changed the instant the synapse organisms arrived. Random aggression became coordination. Gaunts spread, flanked and pinned. "Warriors," Nullus ordered, "break synapse." Special issue bolts blew the head from one creature and opened another from sternum to spine. Nearby gaunts faltered for precious seconds. The Death Watch moved. They fought through jungle, turning alien beneath their boots, where capillary growth split the soil and digestion organisms fed upon corpses before the battle had ended. A battle brother disappeared beneath gaunts and rose only once, one arm still firing before claws opened his throat and pulled his head backward until vertebrae separated. Another warrior rammed a bone blade through an Astartes' abdomen. Nullus severed the synapse creature's skull and kept moving because there was nowhere left to carry the dead. The Carnifex found them near the wreckage of an Imperial defense line. It came through a ferrocrete barrier without slowing, an armored mountain of engineered muscle whose purpose had been decided before its component cells were grown. Heavy fire broke fragments from its carapace. It charged anyway. One Deathwatch warrior disappeared beneath a hoof with a sound like wet masonry breaking. When the monster stepped away, black armor and organs had become a flattened mass pressed into Kadaku's soil. Nullus fired into the creature's damaged flank. The Carnifex turned toward him. He remembered Behemoth then, not as history, but smell. Hot ichor, alien blood, men drowning beneath biological mass. "Come," Nullus said. The monster charged. He avoided the first impact and drove his chainsword into a wound beneath its forelimb. The blade buried itself to the housing. The Carnifex twisted with impossible speed. A talon hit Nullus across the torso. Ceramite burst. Ribs broke. He struck a tree hard enough to shatter the trunk and fell with blood already filling one lung. He rose because Space Marines rose until their bodies lost the ability. The Carnifex came again. Nullus fired his remaining bolt rounds into its face, destroying one eye and carving craters through horn and bone. It reached him anyway. A crushing limb caught his side and tore armor. Flesh and muscle opened from hip to ribs. Something inside him ruptured. He felt one heart lose rhythm. The chainsword fell from fingers no longer answering. Correctly. Around him, Kill Team Kassaran had become corpses. Nullus drew his combat blade and drove it into the Carnifex's remaining eye as the creature lowered its skull to finish him. The beast recoiled, screaming. He had no strength to pursue it. He sank against the bloody roots of an alien growth. Black armor opened across his body, and life running out into Kadaku's mud. So this was where Nullus ended. No sepulchre beneath the fortress of Hera. No ultramarine honor guard. No name except the one chosen by a man who believed he no longer deserved another. He found that acceptable. Duty did not require witnesses. Titus closed his eyes and prepared the words with which an Astartes commended his soul to the Emperor. Bolters thundered. Not Deathwatch bolters. Different cadence. Controlled volleys moving through the swarm with a precision so familiar that for a moment the dying warrior believed Thrax had found one final way to invade his memories.
Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Support really helps.
Tyrannid screamed. Heavy weapons spoke. Then a voice reached through the pain, deep and disciplined, ordering the warriors of a soul blade forward in the name of Macraga. Blue armor moved through the haze. Varro Tigurius stood among it. The chief librarian stopped beside the ruined black shield and stared down at him as though centuries had vanished between one heartbeat and the next. His psychic senses had found what heraldry concealed, what Thrax's cells and the black armor of the Deathwatch had failed to erase. "Demetrian," Tigurius said. Titus lost consciousness. He awoke beneath knives again, but this time the men cutting him were his brothers. His wounds were too severe for ordinary recovery. The Calgarian rites offered survival at the price of another remaking. Surgeons opened him. The Magnificat was implanted. The Belisarian furnace joined the engineered arsenal inside his body. Bone was reinforced, sinew strengthened, organs forced to accept transformation after centuries spent as a firstborn son of Gilliman. Pain became so complete that it ceased to be sensation and became environment. Titus endured. He had learned endurance in Thrax's vaults. When consciousness finally returned without surgical restraints around him, his body felt wrong because it was stronger. He was taller. His heart struck with renewed force. Blue armor waited nearby, ultramarine blue. A chaplain stood beyond it, Skullhelm watching him in silence. Chief Librarian Tigurius found no taint within you, the chaplain said. Chapter Master Calgar has authorized your return. You will serve the Second Company as lieutenant beneath Captain Sevastus Acheran. Titus looked upon the colors he had believed lost forever. Acheran. He bears the command you once bore. Then I shall serve him. The chaplain regarded him for several seconds. Your history invites questions. Questions invite division. There are matters best controlled until your deeds provide their own answer. Titus rose from the apothecarian slab. More than a century of chains, interrogation, exile and self-erasure stood between him and the armor waiting across the chamber. Somewhere beneath the black paint of Nullus, Demetrian Titus had survived after all. Now he would discover whether his brothers wished that he had. Lieutenant Demetrian Titus entered the strategium of the battle barge Resilient, wearing ultramarine blue for the first time in more than a century, and every warrior present knew that the armor belonged to a man whose history had been deliberately buried. Captain Sevastus Acheran waited before a hololithic projection of the Residius system, his Mark 10 plate scored from recent battle, the gold-edged insignia of command resting upon armor Titus had once worn in another age. Kadaku revolved above the strategium table, beneath swarms of red tactical runes. Acheran did not offer his hand. Titus expected none. The apothecarian certifies you combat-capable, the captain said. Chief Librarian Tigurius certifies your soul. Chapter Master Calgar has authorized your restoration to active duty. Those judgments are sufficient for me. Titus inclined his head. They are sufficient for me also, Captain. Acheran studied him without hostility and without trust. He commanded the Second Company now. Every casualty in the theater belonged to his ledger, every failure to his conscience. Titus understood the burden too well to resent caution. Then understand the situation. Kadaku is being lost. The Tyranids have broken multiple Cadian defensive lines and are consuming territory faster than we can evacuate Mechanicus personnel. We do not possess the strength to save the world. We preserve what remains strategically useful and deny the Xenos what we can. Titus looked at the infection patterns spreading across the hololith. And my orders? Acheran expanded one sector, where Imperial positions blinked beneath encroaching swarm markers. You return to the surface. Sergeant Gadriel awaited him in the arming chamber with Brother Chiron. Gadriel's salute was exact, his expression beneath his close-cropped hair controlled enough that only another Astartes would have recognized the scrutiny within it. Chiron showed less of it. He inspected Titus once, accepted whatever conclusion he reached, and returned to checking his bolt rifle. Lieutenant, Gadriel said, Captain Acheran has assigned us to your command. Titus locked a chainsword against his mag harness and tested the seal of his newly fitted Tacticus plate. The armor responded differently from the battle plate he had worn before Thrax took him. Faster, stronger, the interfaces almost too immediate, as though the suit anticipated motions rather than amplified them. You object? He asked. No, Lieutenant. Gadriel's pause said more than the answer. You have a question. Several. Chiron glanced between them, but did not intervene. Gadriel continued. Yesterday we were informed that a Deathwatch Black Shield recovered on Kadaku was an Ultramarine. Today that warrior is our lieutenant. Information concerning your previous service is sealed. Titus secured a bolt pistol. Once, on Graia, he had answered suspicion with silence, until silence itself became evidence. More than a century beneath Thrax's instruments had taught him something different. Explanations did not always protect the innocent either. The chapter master knows my history. The chief librarian has examined me. Your captain has accepted their judgment. Gadriel's jaw tightened. And you? Titus met his eyes. I have accepted my orders. Chiron slammed a magazine into his rifle. Then perhaps the Tyranids will permit us to debate the rest after we have killed them. Gadriel looked at him, then back to Titus. As you command, Lieutenant. Trust had not been established. Obedience had. For Adeptus Astartes entering a war zone, that would have to suffice. Kadaku was dying beneath them. The Thunderhawk descended through an atmosphere thick with spores, smoke, and living things. Gargoyles moved across the clouds in migrating shoals so large that Navy aircraft vanished inside them, muzzle flashes flickering for seconds before wreckage fell burning from the swarm. Below, the jungle no longer possessed a clear boundary between native vegetation and Tyranid infestation. Capillary structures pushed through the canopy like exposed veins. Digestion pools shone beneath ruptured forest. Alien growth coated abandoned Mechanicus installations and climbed communications towers in ropes of pulsing tissue. Farther west, the Cadian 8th held a shrinking chain of fortified positions around the extraction zones. Artillery flashes moved through the forest in disciplined sequences, while Tyranid broods crossed the intervening ground like spilled ink. There were too many organisms for Titus's autosenses to assign individual threat markers. The display abandoned the attempt and painted entire sectors hostile. Gadriel looked through the open assault ramp. Emperor's blood. Titus had seen Behemoth's remnants after Macragge and had spent decades purging what escaped destruction there. Leviathan was worse, because this was not the corpse of an invasion. This was the organism feeding. Do not count them, Titus said. Count what commands them. The Thunderhawk released them behind a Cadian position moments before the Tyranids struck it. Guardsmen of the 8th occupied ferrocrete revetments between shattered Mechanicus structures, their fatigues soaked with rain and alien fluids, bayonets fixed, because experience had taught them that eventually every firing line became a melee. Officers shouted range corrections. Heavy bolters hammered from sandbagged nests. Laser guns fired in ranks, hundreds of red beams slicing through approaching gaunts. Termagants died by the score, bodies tumbling beneath those behind, until the swarm climbed its own corpses. Then Tyranid warriors appeared among them. The change was immediate. Broods that had rushed blindly spread across the frontage. Fleshborer fire concentrated upon weapon emplacements. Gaunts began using the dead ground beneath the Cadian guns. Synapse organisms, Titus said. Gadriel, left. Chiron, center. Ignore the Gaunts unless they breach the line. His bolt rifle slammed against his shoulder. One mass-reactive round struck a warrior beneath the jaw and burst inside its cranial cavity. Chitin split outward. A second detonated through the neck. The creature collapsed, and the broods nearest it faltered as the controlling psychic imperative vanished. Now! Cadian grenadiers understood, without needing an Astartes to explain. Frag grenades crossed the parapet. The explosions turned the disordered Gaunts into sprays of limbs, carapace, and shredded muscle. The 3 Ultramarines entered the breach before it could close. Gadriel fought exactly as Titus expected from an Ultramarine sergeant. Controlled bursts, clean transitions, constant awareness of his brother's fields of fire. Chiron was less rigid, shifting from rifle to chainsword the instant the range collapsed. A Hormagaunt vaulted a barricade and landed upon a Cadian before the man could turn. Its talons entered beneath his flak vest and burst through his back, carrying loops of intestine. Chiron cut the organism in half before it could feed, his chainsword spraying the dying guardsman with alien ichor. Another gaunt leapt at Titus. He caught it by the throat and drove it into the parapet hard enough to break its spine, then shot a warrior advancing behind it. Flesh-borer beetles struck his armor, tiny living projectiles clawing frantically at ceramite until they found seals and weak points. One burrowed beneath a joint plate near his hip. Titus crushed it through the armor seal before it could chew deeper. Nearby, Acadian was less fortunate. 3 organisms struck his exposed face. The man screamed and tore at his skin, while the beetles burrowed into cheek, eye, and mouth. His sergeant shot him through the head before the things reached his brain. No one paused. The firing line closed over his corpse. The evacuation corridor could not remain open, while a Tyranid hive ship dominated the atmosphere above the region. Planetary defense cannons still existed within the Mechanicus complex, but their targeting infrastructure had been overrun. Titus drove his squad through infested trenches toward the battery controls, while Cadian units held the swarm's attention. Acid from a Tyranid bioweapon struck Gadriel's pauldron and smoked across the ceramite, eating channels into the blue plate before emergency neutralizers flooded the surface. Chiron killed the organism responsible, opening its torso from shoulder to pelvis. What spilled from it was not a collection of organs arranged by natural evolution, but an arsenal grown from meat. Fibrous sacs, secondary nerve trunks, ammunition organisms writhing inside translucent membranes. The severed weapon symbiote remained alive after its host collapsed. Its tooth-lined aperture snapped at Chiron's boot until he stamped it into pulp. "Abomination," Gadriel said. Titus reloaded. "Efficient abomination." They reached the control chamber, tore Tyranid organisms from the command machinery, and restored enough power for the surviving Mechanicus systems to recognize authorized Imperial control. When the great defense guns fired, the jungle shook. Lance-bright projectiles climbed through the poisoned sky and struck the hive ship hanging above Kadaku. The organism's vast body ruptured along one flank. Internal fluids crystallized in the upper atmosphere, while burning sections of living vessel descended like pieces of a murdered moon. Cadians roared from the trenches. Titus did not. One hive ship had died. The sky remained full of Tyranids. Archmagos Nozick Beta 12 regarded the destruction of the vessel as tactically useful and otherwise irrelevant. Titus found the ancient tech priest within an evacuation complex, surrounded by servitors, transporting sealed data repositories toward waiting aircraft. Much of Nozick's original flesh had vanished beneath augmetics, cables, and crimson robes. Multiple lenses adjusted independently as he examined Titus. "Extraction incomplete," the Archmagos stated. "Primary research dataset remains within facility Kappa Theta. Loss probability exceeds acceptable parameter." Gadriel looked toward the tactical display, where Tyranid contacts were multiplying around the research site. "Your personnel are being evacuated now. The facility cannot be held. Holding facility irrelevant. Data preservation mandatory." Titus asked, "What data?" A hesitation lasting less than a human heartbeat passed through Nozick's machine processes. "Project Aurora. Classification exceeds your operational clearance. You request that my brothers enter a Tyranid-infested complex for information you refuse to identify." "Correct." Charon looked at Titus. Gadriel made no attempt to conceal his disapproval. Titus considered the problem. In another civilization, the proposition might have been absurd. This was the Imperium. A single fragment of irreplaceable knowledge could carry greater strategic value than a regiment of men, because men could be replaced, and knowledge often could not. "Location of the archive," Titus said. Nozick transmitted the coordinates immediately. The research complex was already being eaten when they reached it. Alien growth covered the lower walls, secretion dissolving ferrocrete and feeding the resulting slurry into tubular structures descending into the soil. Titus's squad entered through a maintenance transit, while the wider ultramarine war unfolded through the command vox. Squad Viridian, charges set. Promethium reservoirs will detonate on withdrawal. Another voice followed beneath heavy weapons fire. Strayban to command, synapse target destroyed, enemy cohesion degrading. Akaran's reply cut across 3 overlapping casualty reports. Proceed to secondary objective. Deny the reclamation pools. Farther away, another ultramarine team was using melter charges to bring down an entire refinery rather than surrender its stored chemicals as biomass. A different squad hunted a neurothrope whose psychic control had paralyzed 2 Cadian battalions. Titus heard the war as a succession of clipped reports. Ammunition low, position compromised, objective complete, brother fallen, extraction impossible, advancing regardless. 3 Astartes could change the fate of a tactical node. Dozens could cut wounds across an invasion. None could stop a hive fleet by courage alone. Nozick's data sat inside a cogitator sanctum, defended by things the Tyranids had grown specifically to kill whoever came for it. Warriors held the central chamber, while termagants occupied elevated maintenance ways. Titus did not attack the obvious line. Charon, grenades into the lower coolant trench. Gadriel, suppress elevation. On detonation, we breach the partition. Gadriel glanced at the solid wall. The sanctioned approach is the central access, which is why the Xenos are watching it. Chiron armed the grenades. Gadriel hesitated only a fraction. Understood. The coolant trench erupted. Tyranids shifted toward the blast. Titus hit the partition shoulder first, with Primaris strength amplified by his armor. Ferrocrete fractured. Gadriel struck beside him, and the wall collapsed inward. They entered the warrior's flank. Bolt fire tore one synapse beast apart before it could turn. Titus drove his chainsword into another's thorax, forcing the roaring blade through layered chitin until the casing disappeared inside the creature. The warrior's bone sword cut across his cuirass. He held it close, fired his pistol repeatedly into the beast's abdomen, and ripped the chainsword upward. The torso opened. Purple-black fluid, loops of fibrous intestine, and sections of a still-convulsing weapon organism poured across his gauntlets. Gadriel killed the last warrior. Without synaptic direction, the remaining gaunts attacked chaotically and died beneath disciplined fire. Chiron removed the sealed Nozick, finally boarded his extraction craft after receiving confirmation that the Aurora records had been recovered. The transport rose above the Mechanicus compound under Thunderhawk escort, while Titus, Gadriel, and Chiron moved toward their own aircraft. It had climbed less than a kilometer when the sky around it became alive. Gargoyles emerged from the smoke in thousands. Larger winged organisms followed, striking the escort formation from above. Nozick's transport is taking fire, Gadriel reported. Titus was already watching it. One engine exploded. The craft rolled, disappeared behind the jungle canopy, and struck the ground hard enough for a column of flame to rise. Above the trees, Akaran's voice entered the vox. Titus, recover the Archmagos if he lives. Project Aurora remains priority. Acknowledged. A nearby Cadian Chimera column changed course to carry them toward the crash. For several minutes, armored hulls forced a path through the jungle, while multi-lasers burned gaps in approaching broods. Then a Carnifex emerged from the trees and hit the lead vehicle head-on. The Chimera's frontal plate folded inward. The vehicle rolled onto its side, while the monster crushed the troop compartment beneath one forelimb. Titus's transport halted. Disembark. The Ultramarines jumped clear before a second Tyranid organism struck the column. They continued on foot, while the Imperium disappeared behind them piece by piece. Cadian armor became burning wrecks, swallowed by the jungle. Thunderhawk support diverted toward a massed aerial attack, threatening the main evacuation zone. Artillery assistance ended when the forward observers lost their relay stations. Finally, the Vox itself degraded beneath the shadow in the warp, until Acheron's transmissions became fragments, buried beneath static, and something that sounded disturbingly like distant screaming. Titus navigated by dead reckoning and intermittent auspex returns. The jungle had become almost entirely tyrannid now. Trees were wrapped in capillary growths that pulsed when approached. Pools of digestive fluid contained half-dissolved Cadian bodies whose bones remained visible beneath liquefying flesh. Rippers moved through the remains in feeding carpets. Titus's squad avoided them where possible. Ammunition was finite. Every shot wasted upon an organism that did not threaten the objective was a shot unavailable for whatever had killed Nozick's transport. "Contact," Gadriel whispered. A warrior appeared between the growths. Titus fired first. The bolt entered one eye and detonated in the skull. 3 termagants charged from concealment. Chiron killed 2. Gadriel crushed the 3rd beneath his boot. They did not slow. The wreck lay embedded inside a trench of broken trees and burning alien vegetation. Titus saw immediately that Nozick was dead. The Archmagos had been thrown partly from the transport, his augmetic lower body trapped beneath mangled hull plating. Yet Tyranids had not eaten him. Rippers had not stripped the flesh. There were no talon wounds, no acid burns, no marks left by living ammunition. Instead, a section of Nozick's torso had been opened by concentrated energy. Blackened metal surrounded the wound. Gadriel crouched beside the corpse. Not Tyrannid. "No," Titus said. Chiron scanned the perimeter. "Then another Imperial weapon?" Titus examined scoring across the hull. He had seen marks like it before, though not for more than a century. Something tightened behind his eyes. "Do not assume that." A second ultramarine recovery element had reached the far side of the wreck and was extracting sealed Mechanicus containers. 2 brothers lifted a heavily warded object from the cargo compartment. The thing inside its armored frame was hidden beneath layered plates and Mechanicus seals, yet Titus felt it before he saw even that much. Cold passed through his armor. Graia returned in a single violent instant. The manufactorum became the orbital spire. Sidonus lay with Nemeroth's claws through his chest. Violet fire filled the world. Titus heard Drogon's dead mouth speaking and felt the power source beneath his gauntlets as reality opened around him. He staggered. Gadriel seized his arm. "Lieutenant?" Titus could not answer. The sealed object seemed to pulse without moving. His auto-senses filled with impossible readings, exactly as they had in the vault beneath Graia. A voice whispered from somewhere beyond the range of the Vox. Titus turned toward it and saw, for less than a heartbeat, a horned silhouette standing between the trees, where no thermal return existed. He drew his pistol. Nothing remained. "What do you see?" Chiron demanded. Titus tried to speak. Pressure entered his skull like a blade being forced between the hemispheres of his brain. His new Belisarian furnace surged in response to catastrophic stress. Both hearts hammered. His Primaris body, rebuilt to survive injuries that would have killed the warrior he had been on Graia, could do nothing against recognition. The jungle tilted. Gadriel caught him before he struck the ground. The last thing Titus saw was the Mechanicus object disappearing into the recovery craft beneath an inquisitorial-grade seal. Consciousness returned aboard the Resilient beneath apothecarian lumens. Titus came upright violently enough for the diagnostic leads attached to his armor interface to tear free. Gadriel stood nearby with Chiron. Neither spoke. Their expressions made clear that both had watched an apparently healthy Primaris lieutenant collapse merely from proximity to something no one had explained. "How long?" Titus asked. 17 minutes, Gadriel said. His voice was controlled. The apothecary detected no toxin, cranial injury, or synaptic trauma. Titus swung his legs from the slab. Chiron asked, "You recognize the object?" It was not a question. Titus looked between them. "I recognized what being near it felt like." Gadriel's expression hardened. From where? Titus saw Thrax's interrogation vault in memory, then Leandros standing beneath Graia's burning sky. A previous campaign. Which campaign? Before Titus could answer, the command rune flashed across the chamber vox. Acheron ordered his presence in the strategium. Kadaku was marked lost when Titus returned to the hololithic table. Capillary towers covered enormous regions now, reaching upward toward the hive fleet, while reclamation organisms consumed cities, forests, dead soldiers, dead tyrannids, and every useful molecule the world possessed. Acheron enlarged another planet within Residius. Nozick Beta 12 is dead. Project Aurora is not. His apprentice, Marius Lewes, remains on Avarax and possesses sufficient knowledge to continue the work. You will retrieve him. Titus stared at the hive world's projection. What was inside Nozick's transport? Acheron's expression did not change. Classified Mechanicus material. It was touched by the warp. Gadriel looked toward Titus. Acheron paused. On what evidence? Titus thought of Graia, of a dead Inquisitor walking because something had worn his corpse, of a Chaos Lord who had turned rational decisions into the steps of a ritual. He had no proof, only scars and a sensation he would have recognized after another 1,000 years in stasis. Experience. Acheron regarded him for several seconds. Then bring me evidence. Until then, your objective is lose. Titus accepted the order. Below them, Kadaku entered its final agony. Forests disappeared beneath digestion pools. Cadian positions that had held for weeks vanished beneath moving carpets of organisms. Capillary structures climbed into a sky dark with hive ships, while the great devourer began drawing the substance of the world upward to feed a war that would simply move on when nothing remained worth consuming. The Imperium had not saved Kadaku. It had extracted what men, weapons, and knowledge it could before the accounting became impossible. Gadriel and Chiron followed Titus toward the launch bays, both carrying questions he had still not answered. Ahead waited Avarax, a hive world of packed billions, manufactoria, and towering cities, where Marius Lewes was supposed to provide the next piece of the puzzle. Titus should have been thinking of extraction routes, enemy strength, and the probability of another Tyrannid assault. Instead, he remembered violet light. For more than a century, he had believed Nemeroth's power source destroyed, Graia buried beneath history, and the warp's interest in Demetrian Titus reduced to scars no one else could see. Kadaku had shown him otherwise. Something connected to that old horror had crossed his path again, and wherever such artifacts traveled, chaos did not remain far behind. Behind the Ultramarines, one world was being eaten alive. Ahead of them, another was waiting to learn what had followed. Avarax did not die like Kadaku. Kadaku had been consumed beneath open skies, forests drowned under digestion pools, while capillary towers climbed from living soil toward hive ships waiting above the atmosphere. Avarax possessed no such wilderness to surrender. Humanity had buried the planet beneath itself, long before the great devourer arrived. Fervastium rose from the surface in layers of habitation, industry, and fortification, stacked across kilometers of vertical city, a hive metropolis in which manufactoria, the size of mountain ranges, supported habstacks that disappeared into toxic cloud, and transit arteries hung between towers, like iron arteries carrying the blood of an empire that had forgotten how to live without war. Shrines to the emperor occupied plazas beneath ammunition factories. Rail lines crossed cathedral roofs. Defensive bastions had been built into residential districts centuries before anyone living could remember the enemy they had originally been intended to resist. Now, every level burned. Lieutenant Demetrian Titus watched the hive approach through the open assault ramp of the Thunderhawk, while tracer fire crossed between towers and tyrannid organisms moved through the streets below in swarms too dense for his helm to distinguish individual bodies. Cadian armor burned at intersections where wrecked chimeras and Lehman Russ tanks had become barricades around which gaunts climbed in chittering heaps. Gargoyles swept between the hab blocks, their membranous wings clipping aerial cables, while spores drifted downward through the industrial haze. Somewhere within those walls lived millions upon millions of Imperial citizens who would never see an ultramarine, and whose survival, nevertheless, pressed invisibly upon every decision Titus made. Evacuation routes remained open only where soldiers died maintaining them. Every minute surrendered another district. Every destroyed bridge condemned whoever still waited beyond it. Fervastium was not merely a battlefield. It was a population center being converted into biomass, one street at a time. The Thunderhawk struck the landing pad hard enough to shake fragments of ferrocrete from the surrounding walls. Titus descended first, bolt rifle already raised. Sergeant Gadriel followed at his right, Brother Chiron at his left. The avenue beyond the platform had been turned into a kill corridor by surviving Cadians. Sandbag emplacements, overturned cargo haulers, and barricades of broken machinery narrowed the roadway into overlapping fields of fire. Tyranids attacked regardless. Termagants poured from transit tunnels. Hormagaunts came over the walls and across the ceilings of shattered hab structures, claws finding purchase in ferrocrete as naturally as feet found ground. "Warrior, upper gallery," Gadriel called. Titus saw the synapse creature a heartbeat later and fired. His bolt struck the shoulder, but failed to penetrate deeply enough. Chiron corrected, putting 2 mass-reactive rounds through the creature's thorax. The warrior staggered, opened its maw, and shrieked. Titus's third shot entered between armored plates beneath the throat and detonated inside the spine. The organism collapsed across the railing, purple-black blood pouring onto the street below. Nearby, gaunts faltered. Cadian lasfire intensified at once. Red beams ripped through suddenly disordered organisms, while Titus's squad moved forward behind the mortal firing line. Urban fighting punished hesitation differently from the jungle. There were no broad approaches. Threats came through windows, ventilation shafts, collapsed flooring, and high-level bridges. Titus assigned sectors constantly. Gadriel watched the elevated approaches. Chiron controlled ground-level breaches. Titus shifted between them wherever the enemy tried to concentrate. Bolt rifles dominated while range remained. Chainswords came free whenever it vanished. A gaunt landed upon Gadriel's back from a broken sky bridge and drove one talon down toward his gorget. Titus caught the limb before it struck, tore the organism sideways, and shot it through the abdomen. The bolt exploded inside the creature, showering both ultramarines with hot viscera. 3 more Tyranids came through the opening. Chiron's chainsword caught the first across the neck. Teeth screamed through chitin, cartilage, and spinal tissue until the head came loose, trailing fibrous nerve bundles that continued twitching after death. A second organism spat acid. The discharge struck a Cadian heavy gunner in the chest. His flak armor dissolved before his body did. Skin blackened, then sloughed away in smoking strips. The man fell backward, clutching at exposed ribs, while his loader dragged the heavy weapon away from the spreading chemical residue. Gadriel killed the bioform before it could fire again. "Zoanthrope," Chiron warned. Titus looked upward. The swollen psychic organism drifted between 2 towers, surrounded by a distortion of air. "Heavy weapon, priority." A Cadian missile team below understood before Titus finished speaking. The launcher fired. The projectile curved upward, struck an invisible field, and detonated several meters short. The Zoanthrope's return manifested as a blast of psychic force that hit the street like artillery. Men vanished inside white fire. Titus's armor locked its joints against the shock. Gadriel was thrown into a barricade. Chiron dropped to one knee. "Again," Titus ordered. A second missile launched simultaneously with concentrated Astartes fire. The psychic shield collapsed under overlapping impacts. Titus's final bolt entered the creature's distended skull. The zoanthrope ruptured. Grey tissue, luminous fluid, and scraps of membrane rained across the avenue. They reached the Mechanicus data nexus after crossing 3 defensive sectors and 2 streets that no longer possessed Imperial defenders. The Cogitator shrine had been sealed behind blast doors covered in prayer strips and emergency warding script. Titus forced entry using Nozick Beta 12's clearance codes recovered on Kadaku. Inside, servitors still tended banks of humming machines while the hive shook beneath distant bombardment. One had lost everything below the waist and continued operating a brass keyboard from a support frame, dragging dead legs behind it whenever the assigned console demanded repositioning. Titus connected his armor interface to the primary cogitator. Locate Magos Marias Luz. Data cascaded across his retinal display. The machine required several seconds to obey, rejecting corrupted pathways and rerouting through surviving local systems. A location appeared in a Mechanicus research sector, several districts deeper within Favastium. Gadriel immediately marked the route. "We have the target." Titus did not disconnect. "Lieutenant?" Titus searched deeper. Project Aurora appeared behind layers of encryption Nozick's authority had partially unlocked. The designation alone meant little. The associated energy signatures did not. Titus stared at spectral graphs and containment readings until Graia returned in his memory with such force that his hand tightened against the cogitator casing. The psychic scourge, Drogon's dead flesh, Sidonus lying beneath Nemeroth's claws. Violet light tearing open the air. Data scrolled past him, describing an energy source recovered from Graia and subsequently incorporated into a wider Mechanicus program, studying technologies capable of interacting with the Immaterium. The artifact he had felt aboard Nozick's transport was not merely similar to the power source. It belonged to the same research lineage. The Imperium had not buried the lesson of Graia. It had dissected it, catalogued it, and built something larger around it. Chiron saw the change in Titus before Gadriel did. "You know what Aurora is." Titus pulled the interface free. "I know what its foundation is." Gadriel stepped closer. "Then tell us." Titus looked at the 2 warriors. "The artifact recovered from Kadaku is related to a device I encountered before my service in the Death Watch." Gadriel's expression hardened. "A device capable of what?" "Opening the warp." Silence entered the cogitator chamber. Outside, the battle continued with distant artillery and the periodic tremor of heavy weapons. Chiron asked, "And the Mechanicus intends to use it?" "Yes." Gadriel's voice became colder. "You recognized it on Kadaku and said nothing." "I lacked confirmation. You collapsed in its presence. Recognition is not evidence." Gadriel turned away, as though controlling the first answer that came to him. "Captain Acheron needs to know." Titus was already opening the command channel. Acheron received the report aboard the Resilient, while directing operations across 3 worlds. His image appeared above the cogitator table beneath tactical runes, moving so quickly that most mortal officers would have required staffs merely to understand them. Titus explained what he had discovered. He did not embellish Graia. He told the captain that the power source had enabled a warp breach, that a Chaos Lord had manipulated Imperial personnel into activating it, and that the consequences had almost transformed an Orc invasion into a demonic foothold. Acheron listened without interruption. When Titus finished, the captain said, "Project Aurora is sanctioned at levels beyond mine." Sanction did not make Graia safe. No, nor does your experience make every related mechanism identical. Titus felt Gadriel watching him. The source has already drawn chaos once, and this system is already under assault by Hive Fleet Leviathan. I have Cadian regiments collapsing by the hour, and Mechanicus authorities insisting Aurora may affect the wider strategic situation. I cannot destroy it because you possess justified suspicion. Then permit me to secure Luz and question him directly. Acheron considered this. Granted, But understand me, Titus. I am not dismissing your warning. I am commanding a war. Robout Guilliman himself has authorized undertakings whose details neither of us is entitled to know. If Aurora serves a purpose within those commands, I will not sabotage it without proof. Titus understood the answer, because he could have given it himself. And if proof arrives after activation, then we kill whatever comes through. There was no arrogance in the words, only the arithmetic of an imperium that rarely received choices between good and evil, only between catastrophes of different scale. The next Thunderhawk never reached its landing zone. Sorcerous fire struck the formation above Favastium and tore one escort craft apart without any weapon signature Titus's armor could identify. The wreckage fell burning between the towers. Their pilot diverted to a lower transit platform and released them under fire. Titus hit the deck and immediately knew the war had changed again. The bolt rounds striking the barricades ahead burned with blue-white flame. Cadian soldiers were dying behind cover that should have stopped ordinary small arms fire, their bodies igniting inside armor as inferno bolts punched through plating and detonated with sorcerous heat. Shapes advanced through smoke at the far end of the avenue. Blue and gold power armor, crested helms, ancient plate inscribed with symbols that made the eye linger unwillingly upon them. 1,000 suns. Traitor Astartes, Gadriel said. Titus heard something close to disbelief beneath the discipline. Rubricae, Chiron answered. The word carried older hatred. The rubric marines advanced without haste, inferno bolt guns firing in measured volleys. No battle cries, no shouted orders, no breathing across open vox. Their movements possessed the perfect obedience of corpses, because corpses were almost what they had become. Ancient warriors reduced to dust, trapped inside enchanted armor, and commanded by sorcerers who had survived the catastrophe that made them. Zangors rushed ahead in contrast, avian-faced mutants wielding blades and crude firearms, shrieking devotion to powers that had already destroyed whatever humanity they once possessed. A sorcerer moved behind them, surrounded by a halo of impossible light. He raised one staff. The street changed. A barricade that had stood 10 meters from the Cadian line twisted sideways through geometry, depositing a squad of Rubricae directly behind the defenders. Inferno bolts opened guardsmen from the back. One soldier's torso became a furnace, flame spilling from his mouth and eye sockets before his body collapsed inside burning armor. Titus fired into the closest rubric marine and saw the first round strike its breastplate without the expected response of living flesh behind armor. The second cracked ceramite. Dust poured from the wound like ash from a tomb. "Concentrate fire," he ordered. Gadriel and Chiron joined him. The rubric finally collapsed beneath the weight of repeated bolt impacts, blue armor breaking apart while ancient grey dust emptied across the roadway. "They are dead," Gadriel said. "Not sufficiently," Titus answered. Then the Tyranids arrived. Gaunts came over the eastern walls directly into the Thousand Suns' flank. The hive mind did not care that the traitors were enemies of the Imperium. They were biomass, obstacles and hostile organisms inside the same feeding ground. Zangors turned to meet them. The avenue became simultaneous massacres. Hormagaunts tore mutants apart beneath claw and weight of numbers. Rubricae fired inferno rounds into charging broods, burning Tyranid bodies so completely that some collapsed as blackened skeletons inside cracked chitin. A warrior impaled a Zangor through the abdomen and used the dying creature as a shield against sorcerous fire. The Thousand Suns sorcerer raised his staff again, and a section of the swarm vanished inside a burst of blue flame that did not behave like heat. Titus watched the collision for 2 heartbeats. Gadriel looked at him. "Engage? No. Lieutenant? Let them kill each other." Titus marked a transit route behind the Thousand Suns' position. "We move while both believe the other is the immediate threat." Gadriel understood at once. Chiron almost sounded approving. The Codex does not contain a chapter titled, "Allowing the Enemy to Murder Itself." Titus moved. It should. They reached Luz in a research annex beneath siege by both factions. The Magos had barricaded himself behind security servitors and portable wards, while several assistants lay dead around him. He was smaller and more human than Nozick had been, with augmetic eyes and mechanical limbs grafted onto a body that still looked too fragile to justify the blood being spent to preserve it. "Marius Luz," Titus said. "You are being evacuated." Luz stared at the Ultramarines as though calculating whether they were sufficient protection. "Aurora must reach Demarium. Without Nozick Beta 12, implementation falls to me." "Then remain alive." Titus pointed toward the exit. "Move." Luz gathered a sealed data unit rather than a weapon. Gadriel watched him with open contempt. "Regiments die outside." Luz answered without shame. "Regiments can be raised again." Chiron glanced toward Titus. At least he understands the Imperium. Titus said nothing. The Magos was correct in the coldest possible sense. Knowledge lost could be irreplaceable. Men rarely were. The extraction route collapsed into a running battle through a transit bridge suspended hundreds of meters above the lower hive. Tyranids attacked from below, while Zangors breached the rear access. Titus placed Luz between the three Astartes and advanced by bounds. Gadriel killed anything that entered the forward lane. Chiron guarded the rear. Titus moved wherever either line threatened to fail. An inferno round struck his cuirass and burned through the outer ceramite before reactive systems contained the damage. A Hormagaunt leapt from the bridge superstructure. Titus caught it mid-air and threw it into two advancing Zangors. All three went over the railing together. Luz stumbled. Gadriel dragged him upright with one hand. "Remain between us." The Magos glanced at Titus's damaged armor. "Your tolerance remains unusual." Gadriel looked toward him. Titus heard the danger in the silence before Luz continued. "Nozick's records identified Captain Titus of Graia as exhibiting anomalous resistance during original power source exposure. I assumed the subject deceased or still detained by the Inquisition." Gadriel stopped firing for exactly one heartbeat. Chiron turned his helm toward Titus. Luz, realizing too late that he had exposed information he considered mere data, added, "The historical record is fragmentary." "Captain," Gadriel said, "not lieutenant." The old title landed between them like a weapon. Titus killed a Zangor attempting to climb the railing. "Move." Gadriel did, because enemies were still closing, but the question followed them. "You were on Graia?" "Yes." "You encountered chaos there?" "Yes." "You were taken by the Inquisition?" Titus reloaded. "Yes." Gadriel's anger remained controlled precisely because he was an Ultramarine. "And you concealed all of this while commanding us beside an artifact connected to the same event?" "I concealed nothing relevant to your immediate orders until Kadaku gave me evidence." "You decided what was relevant?" Titus looked at him. "That is what command requires." Gadriel's jaw set. "That answer nearly damned entire legions once." Chiron said quietly, "Not here." Gadriel kept firing. "No, not here." They reached the extraction platform beneath a sky full of spores and burning aircraft. The Thunderhawk descended, while Cadian guns tried to hold the surrounding towers. Luz boarded first, clutching Aurora's data core to his chest as if it were a relic. Titus remained at the ramp until Gadriel and Chiron entered. Neither looked at him as they secured themselves for ascent. Fervastium fell away beneath them, still burning, still full of Tyranids, and now contaminated by the sons of Magnus. Project Aurora was tied directly to Graia. 1,000 suns had appeared in the same system. Coincidence had become a luxury Titus was no longer willing to grant. He opened the command channel to Akaran. "Captain, we need direct contact with Chapter Master Calgar." Static answered first. Then Akaran's voice. The astropathic relay at the Vox Liberatis facility remains capable of long-range transmission. Titus looked toward the distant hive sectors, where warning runes already surrounded the relay. And under attack. Correct. Then that is our next objective. Gadriel finally looked at him. The distrust was no longer hidden. Chiron's expression remained harder to read, but neither warrior stood where he had stood before. Luz spoke the word Graia. Titus understood the danger better than either of them. He had lived this pattern once already. Suspicion, secrecy, the warp, an artifact nobody fully understood. Now the Thousand Suns had entered a war already consuming worlds. Below, Tyranids devoured Phavastium street by street. Above them, something in the Immaterium had begun to move. And within Titus's own squad, the question was no longer simply whether Chaos had followed Project Aurora. It was whether Chaos had followed him. The astropathic relay was already being lost when Lieutenant Demetrian Titus reached the outer districts of Vox Liberatis. Its towers rose through Phavastium's poisoned atmosphere like the spines of some iron leviathan, kilometer-high transmission veins wreathed in electrical discharge, while the fortified precinct beneath them burned. The Adeptus Astra Telepathica had built the relay to cast thought through the Immaterium, where ordinary signals could never travel, surrounding its choirs of sanctioned psychers with machinery, incense, warded chambers, and enough consecrated architecture to remind every man entering that communication across the Imperium was less an act of technology than a controlled trespass into hell. Now Tyranids crawled across those sacred towers. Gargoyles nested among antennae. Termagants poured through shattered perimeter gates, while Cadian defenders fired from barricades made from the wreckage of their own armor. A basilisk battery behind the eastern wall fired its last coordinated salvo and disappeared beneath a wave of organisms before the shells had landed. The command Vox carried the dying formation's final transmission, men calling range corrections, while claws struck steel around them, then only static. Titus watched warning runes multiply across his helm display. Somewhere inside, the relay waited an astropath capable of reaching Marneus Calgar. Between them stood enough Tyranids to bury an army. Objective remains the central choir sanctum, Titus said. Gadriel answered immediately. Acknowledged, Lieutenant. No brother, no question, only rank and obedience. Charon checked his bolt rifle and looked toward the burning gates. Then we opened the road. They entered behind the remnants of the Cadian 8th as the outer defensive line collapsed. Heavy bolters cut channels through the swarm, rounds punching gaunts backward in sprays of chitin and purple-black blood, while guardsmen fired disciplined last volleys into organisms climbing across the corpses of their own kind. Titus identified a Tyranid warrior, directing the pressure against the western barricade, and placed 2 bolt rounds into its head. The first broke the cranial armor. The second detonated inside the skull and scattered grey alien tissue across the creatures around it. The nearby brood lost cohesion for a handful of heartbeats. Advance through the disruption, Titus ordered. Gadriel moved without hesitation, but the effortless rhythm that should have existed between Astartes was gone. On Kadaku, he had begun predicting Titus's movement. On Avarax, he had known where his lieutenant would be before the order came. Now he waited for instruction, obeyed precisely, and gave nothing beyond it. That fraction of delay was insignificant to a mortal commander and intolerable to Titus. A Space Marine squad fought through shared instinct, built upon doctrine, experience, and trust. Remove one element, and every brother became slightly more isolated. Isolation was how swarms killed Astartes. Titus knew another enemy capable of exploiting it even more efficiently. Chiron sensed the fracture as clearly as Titus did. "Upper transit," he called, firing past Gadriel's shoulder. A Hormagaunt falling from the roof burst apart before its talons reached the sergeant. Gadriel acknowledged the kill with a curt inclination. They crossed beneath the relay's outer arch, while Tyranids poured from maintenance apertures on both sides. Titus killed the first two with his rifle and drew his, chainsword, when a third reached arm's length. The weapon entered beneath the gaunt's forelimb, teeth tearing through ribs and nerve trunks until the organism split open across his breastplate. Chiron advanced beside him, his expression hidden behind his helm, but his voice carrying something older than the current battle. Chaos waits for brothers to distrust one another. Gadriel fired over a barricade. You have something to say it plainly. Chiron killed a termagant and answered while its severed weapon symbiote snapped uselessly against the floor. I was born on Calth. Gadriel looked toward him. Titus already knew enough of Chiron's generation to understand what would follow. I remember the word-bearers before the galaxy learned what they were. I remember men who wore the shape of brotherhood until the moment came to reveal what lived beneath it. I remember what betrayal smells like after a city burns. His rifle spoke again. This is not that. Gadriel's answer remained hard. You cannot know that. Neither can you. Chiron stepped over a dead gaunt. Therefore, we watch the enemy instead of inventing one among ourselves. The relay interior made such certainty difficult. Sorcerous interference had entered the same systems already corrupted by the shadow in the warp, and Titus's auto-senses could no longer distinguish malfunction from deliberate deception. Auspec's returns appeared behind sealed bulkheads. Movement runes crossed ceilings where nothing existed. Vox transmissions repeated words before the speaker said them, then dissolved into fragments of voices, none of them recognized. The three ultramarines advanced through service corridors, barely broad enough for their armor, firing into gaunts that emerged from ruptured ventilation ducts at ranges too short for missed rounds to matter. One termagant spat living ammunition from darkness. Flesh borers struck Chiron's breastplate, insectile bodies clawing against ceramite until he crushed them beneath one gauntlet. Titus heard scratching behind the wall to his left and stopped. Gadriel looked at him. Auspex clear. Titus listened again. The sound came from the right now. Psychic interference. Chiron aimed both directions, or a brood tunneling through the structure. Titus placed a melter charge against the left wall. Gadriel stared. No confirmed target. Exactly. Titus triggered the charge remotely after they withdrew. The wall became incandescent and collapsed outward. Behind it lay a packed mass of hormagaunts, preparing to breach the corridor 30 meters ahead. Bolt rifles opened before the surviving organisms recovered. Gadriel said nothing afterward, but when Titus moved, the sergeant moved with him, without waiting for the next command. They entered the primary relay chamber beneath a vaulted ceiling, covered in astropathic sigils and blackened devotional script. Tyrannid organisms had breached the western transept, turning what had once been a place of ritual communication into a firing ground. Cadian corpses lay among shattered choir stalls. Several sanctioned psychers remained strapped into their thrones, dead from cerebral hemorrhage rather than physical attack, blood covering their robes and dripping from blind eyes beneath metal circlets. A ravener erupted from beneath the floor in the center of the chamber. Its first strike bisected a surviving guardsman, upper body spinning away while the legs remained upright for an instant before collapsing. Titus rolled beneath the second sweep and emptied his rifle into the beast's thorax. Gadriel moved left, Chiron right. Their fire converged on armored joints instead of wasting rounds against the thickest carapace. The ravener screamed and lunged. Chiron's shot destroyed one forelimb. Gadriel put 3 rounds through the open shoulder. Titus charged into the wound, chainsword howling as it tore through exposed muscle and struck the creature's spine. Alien fluid flooded his gauntlets. The ravener twisted, smashing him against a choir throne, but he held the weapon inside it until the teeth severed the central nerve column. The bioform collapsed so violently that its tail demolished 2 stone pillars. Behind it, the remaining gaunts came through the breach and died beneath the renewed firing line. Astropath Neoma waited within the innermost sanctum. She was surrounded by warding circles, banks of relay machinery and attendants whose faces showed the exhaustion of men who had spent too long listening to a universe screaming through the warp. Her blinded eyes were hidden beneath ceremonial bindings. Titus entered first. Gadriel remained close enough to hear every word. Neoma inclined her head as though she could see him. "You carry urgency loudly, Space Marine." Titus removed his helm, but kept it beneath one arm. "I require contact with Chapter Master Marneus Calgar of the Ultramarines." "Across the current interference?" "Yes." Neoma's mouth tightened. "The shadow presses against every transmission. Something else presses from beneath it. Your message may not arrive cleanly. It must arrive." Must is a word soldiers use when speaking to the warp. She turned toward the central throne. The warp does not recognize military authority. Titus glanced at the machinery. "Can you reach him?" Neoma considered the question, then nodded. "Perhaps." Gadriel's gaze remained on Titus rather than the astropath. Titus noticed and said nothing. Preparations began with ritual rather than speed. Attendants ignited sensors around the transmission dais and chanted invocations to the Emperor, while relay servitors connected silvered cables to Neoma's throne. Cogitators awakened one bank at a time. Other surviving astropaths entered alcoves surrounding the chamber, their psychic presence gathering like pressure before a storm. Neoma sat at the center and placed both hands upon brass conductors darkened by generations of human skin. Titus established positions with Gadriel and Chiron. He expected an attack from the doors, the ceiling, perhaps from the Terranids, still flooding the outer complex. Instead, the danger entered without moving. Temperature fell. Titus saw his own breath. The sensation from Graia touched the back of his skull with a familiarity that immediately tightened every muscle in his body. Something is wrong. Gadriel's rifle shifted toward him. "With the relay?" "I do not know." Chiron turned toward Neoma. The astropath had begun speaking in a language Titus could not identify. Her voice was quiet, almost lost beneath the mechanical drone. The choir answered. For several seconds nothing happened. Then every candle flame in the sanctum leaned toward her. Neoma's head lifted. When she spoke again, her voice was clear. Too clear. "I have found your chapter master." Titus stepped closer. "Transmit this. Project Aurora has been compromised. Thousand Suns forces are active throughout Residius. Calgar is to be warned before deployment into the system." Gadriel looked sharply toward him at the final phrase. Neoma smiled. "Before deployment." Titus felt the wrongness deepen. "Send the message." "Of course." Her bound eyes turned toward Gadriel. "Though perhaps your sergeant should know why you are so eager to draw Lord Calgar here." Silence filled the chamber. Gadriel's weapon lowered a fraction, not toward Neoma, but away from the doors. Titus said, "Continue the transmission." Neoma ignored him. "Your lieutenant stood untouched beside a warp artifact while his brothers suffered. He survived demonic exposure on Graia. He concealed his history from you. He recognized Aurora because he has touched its corruption before. Now he demands that the chapter master himself enter the same war." Gadriel stared at Titus. Each sentence was true. That was what made them lethal. "Neoma," Chiron said, his voice low. The astropath continued. "Ask yourself, Sergeant Gadriel, how many coincidences purity requires before vigilance becomes duty. Ask why chaos follows him from Graia to Avarax. Ask why he alone survives its touch." Titus drew no weapon. "Gadriel, the astropath is compromised." Gadriel moved between Titus and the transmission throne. "Or she has seen what we refuse to see. She is using facts you already know. Facts you chose to conceal." "Yes." Gadriel's face hardened. "You ordered us to bring Calgar into a system infested by the same force that has pursued this artifact. If you are compromised, There may be seconds before that message becomes a death sentence for our chapter master. Titus understood then that Gadriel was not acting from wounded pride. The sergeant believed he stood at the final point where disaster could still be stopped. On Graia, Leandros had reached the same threshold through fear. Titus had answered with anger and silence. He would not repeat the mistake. Then judge my actions. I have not touched the relay. I have not asked Neoma to transmit coordinates for an ambush. I ordered a warning. Neoma whispered, "He is lying." Gadriel attacked. The first blow struck Titus across the jaw with Primaris strength and hurled him into a stone pillar. Masonry fractured behind his armor. Titus dropped his helm and caught Gadriel's second fist before it reached his throat. Their gauntlets locked. Armor servos growled under opposing force. Gadriel drove forward, forcing Titus through a row of devotional stands that burst beneath their combined weight. Titus could have drawn his combat blade. He did not. "Sergeant, stop!" Gadriel slammed a forearm into his breastplate. "If there is even a chance you serve them, I cannot." Titus twisted aside, trapped Gadriel's elbow, and threw him across the floor. The sergeant rolled immediately and came up with his chainsword drawn. The blade activated. Charon raised his rifle. "Gadriel!" "Stay back!" Gadriel charged. Titus caught the chainsword against his armored vambrace at an angle that sent the roaring teeth screaming across ceramite rather than into the joint. He struck Gadriel's wrist, broke his grip, and drove him backward without drawing blood. If I wanted Calgar dead, why warn him? Because you need him here. For what? Aurora. Titus heard the structure now. Not Gadriel's reasoning, someone else's. Every fact directed toward one conclusion. Every uncertainty filled with the worst possible answer. He looked past Gadriel toward Neoma. Charon had already done the same. The astropath was smiling. Charon's bolt pistol fired once. The round struck Neoma through the chest. Her body snapped backward against the throne. For a human being, the wound should have ended everything immediately. Instead, she remained upright. Blood spread across her robes, while her smile widened beyond the movement ordinary facial muscles should allow. Gadriel froze. Charon kept the pistol trained upon her. That is not Neoma. The dead astropath's mouth opened. Warp light erupted from it. The sanctum exploded into impossible color. Attendants were thrown against walls hard enough to break bodies inside robes. One psyker burst apart at the head, skull fragments striking the relay machinery, while psychic fire consumed what remained. The warding circles ignited. Titus seized Gadriel and dragged him down as a wave of force crossed the chamber, peeling devotional plating from stone. Neoma's corpse rose from the throne without physical support. Something unfolded behind it. For one instant, Titus saw a shadow larger than a man, crowned in horns and surrounded by geometric sigils that hurt to look upon. Then the corpse tore apart from within. Flesh became ash, and blood became violet vapor. A warrior stood where she had been. Imura wore the armor of the Thousand Suns, but nothing about him possessed the emptiness of the rubricae. Sorcerous symbols moved across his plate, as if engraved lines had become living things. His staff touched the floor without sound. The face within his helm seemed to shift every time Titus tried to focus upon it. "So much suspicion," Imura said. "Such disciplined minds. It requires so little to make them turn upon one another." Gadriel retrieved his chainsword. "Traitor!" Imura laughed softly. "There, certainty restored. How comforting." Titus fired. The bolt passed through the sorcerer and struck the relay throne behind him. Imura appeared beside Chiron without crossing the distance. Chiron swung his chainsword. It cut through empty air. 3 versions of the sorcerer now stood around them. "Do not trust your eyes," Titus ordered. "Track effect, not image." Warp fire struck the floor. Titus moved before it landed, reading the sorcerer's objective rather than his position. Imura wanted the transmission machinery intact. That meant his attacks would avoid the central relay. Titus forced the squad toward it, narrowing the angles the sorcerer could use. Gadriel understood the tactic instantly. His hesitation vanished. Chiron fired at a figure whose shadow fell in the wrong direction. The illusion broke apart. There, all three concentrated fire. Imura raised one hand. Bolts slowed in the air around him and turned into showers of blue sparks. "Better," the sorcerer said. "You may yet prove worthy of witnessing what comes next." Titus advanced through sorcerous fire. "Aurora," Imura's amusement sharpened. "At last. That is why you are here. You continue to imagine you are the center of every design, Titus of Graia. Your survival is interesting. Your artifact is useful. But the machine your Imperium has built around it is the true prize." The words struck harder than any taunt. "Demerium." Imura said nothing, which was answer enough. Titus fired his last rounds and charged. His chainsword came within a handspan of the sorcerer's throat before space folded between them. Imura vanished and reappeared upon the shattered transmission dais. "Come then, bring your suspicion. Bring your chapter master if you dare. The dead world is waiting." Warp flame swallowed him. When it cleared, only scorched stone remained. For several seconds, none of the Ultramarines spoke. Gadriel looked at the chainsword in his hand and deactivated it. Titus retrieved his helm. The sergeant approached. "Lieutenant," Titus faced him, "you acted upon the evidence you believed you possessed." Gadriel's jaw tightened. "Evidence our enemy arranged because you gave him secrecy to work with." Titus accepted the judgment. "Yes." Gadriel seemed surprised by the answer. "I should have told you more, and I should have recognized the manipulation sooner." That was all. No apology appropriate to mortal friendship could repair what had happened, and none was required. Titus placed one gauntlet briefly against Gadriel's pauldron. "Next time, verify before attempting to remove my head." Gadriel's expression shifted by the smallest amount. "Next time, Lieutenant, provide fewer reasons." Chiron reloaded his pistol. "If both of you have finished learning wisdom at considerable expense, command is calling." Acheron's transmission reached them through the damaged relay systems minutes later. Thousand Suns forces had appeared across the Residius system in coordinated strength. Their deployments were not random. Every major movement converged upon Demerium, the burial world housing Project Aurora. Titus stared at the dead astropaths and understood the shape of the campaign at last. Kadaku had been the Tyranids' war. Avarax had revealed another hand beneath it. Demerium was where that hand intended to close around the weapon. The Thunderhawk carried Titus, Gadriel, and Chiron away from the burning relay beneath a sky still black with the Great Devourer's spores. Behind them, Fervastium fought for every remaining street. Ahead, beyond the void, Demerium waited beneath the light of a dying sun, a world of imperial graves built over secrets older than mankind's first language. Titus sat opposite his brothers in the troop bay. Gadriel checked his weapon without looking away from him. Chiron sat between them, silent and watchful. The fracture had not disappeared, but something stronger had formed across it. They knew now exactly what distrust could become when chaos was permitted to shape it. Titus looked toward the tactical projection of Demerium. More than a century earlier, Nemeroth had used the power source to tear open reality on Graia. Now the Imperium had built an entire project around its legacy. The Thousand Suns were already waiting for them there. And beneath the tombs of Demerium, something far older than chaos worship, far older than the Imperium, and far older than mankind itself, had begun to wake. Demerium greeted the Ultramarines with silence, and after Kadaku and Avarax, the silence felt more hostile than artillery. Lieutenant Demetrian Titus stood at the open assault ramp of the descending Thunderhawk and watched a world of graves pass beneath him, beneath a colorless sky. Imperial mausoleums covered the plains in regimented expanses, each structure built from black stone and weathered adamantium, sepulchral towers rising among processional avenues where no pilgrims walked and no bells sounded. Statues of forgotten saints stared across dead plazas whose flagstones had not felt living feet in generations. Even the wind seemed reluctant to move. There were no gargoyle shoals blotting out the heavens, no carpet of gaunts consuming everything ahead of them, no Cadian artillery beating the horizon into smoke. The Tyranids had not come here in force. Instead, blue fire flickered among the tombs. 1,000 suns occupied the approaches to the Project Aurora complex with an order Titus had come to hate more than the frenzy of greenskins or the hunger of Leviathan. Rubric Marines stood among mausoleum colonnades without shifting their weight, their ancient armor illuminated by witchlight, while sorcerers moved behind them, drawing geometric signs through the air. Demerium did not look besieged. It looked as though the invaders had been waiting. Gadriel stood at Titus's right and checked the ammunition feed of his bolt rifle. Chiron watched the tomb field through his helm optics and said, "No Tyranids." Titus felt the old pressure already building behind his eyes. No, something here repels one kind of horror and attracts another. The Thunderhawk pilot warned them of incoming fire. Titus maglocked his weapon, bent his knees as the gunship banked and said, "Prepare to deploy. We reach Aurora before Imura does." Gadriel answered at once, trust restored enough that the word returned naturally. "With you, brother." Inferno bolts reached the Thunderhawk before its landing gear touched stone. Blue-white detonations tore chunks from the mausoleum walls and struck the gunship's armor in burning bursts that left ceramite glowing at the edges. Titus leapt from the ramp into a storm of fire, rolled behind a funerary monument, and immediately marked 3 rubricae holding the upper terrace. They advanced through the return fire with the same dreadful patience he had witnessed on Avarax, neither seeking cover nor displaying fear, their movements governed by sorcerous command rather than nerves or instinct. "Concentrate the left warrior," Titus ordered. 3 bolt rifles opened. Mass reactive rounds cracked the Rubric Marine's breastplate one impact at a time until the enchanted ceramite finally split. No arterial spray followed. Grey dust poured from the wound in a thick stream, ancient remains spilling from armor that had outlived the body within by 10,000 years. The rubric continued firing until Gadriel's next shot shattered the gorget and the helm separated from the torso. The body collapsed as a hollow suit, ash escaping through every broken joint. Another rubric vanished in a flare of blue light and reappeared behind Chiron. The ancient warrior raised its inferno bolter. Chiron turned before it fired, caught the weapon against his chainsword, and forced the barrel aside. Sorcerous ammunition burned a molten trench across a mausoleum pillar. Titus shot the rubric through the hip. Gadriel destroyed the knee. Chiron's chainsword entered the waist joint and screamed through enchanted plate. The warrior came apart in a collapsing cloud of dust. "Sorcerer controlling the repositioning," Titus said. He saw the traitor on an elevated funerary bridge, staff raised. "There." Gadriel fired first. The sorcerer erected a shimmering ward that caught the bolt rounds in mid-air. Titus did not challenge the shield. He put a grenade into the support beneath the bridge. The detonation fractured ancient stone. The entire span collapsed, carrying the sorcerer into the tomb avenue below, beneath tons of imperial masonry. Doctrine provided answers. Experience taught when not to ask the question the enemy expected. They pushed toward the Aurora complex, through rows of tombs, gradually consumed by something that had never belonged to the Imperium. At first, Titus noticed only differences in construction. Seams too straight to have been cut by human tools, black surfaces exposed beneath shattered mausoleum foundations, angles that repeated with mathematical exactitude across structures supposedly raised centuries apart. Then, one of the processional avenues collapsed under artillery fire and revealed a descending wall of polished black metal beneath the imperial stone. Gadriel stopped at the edge. "This is not human," Chiron aimed his lumen downward. The beam vanished into depth that should not have existed beneath the shallow mausoleum district. Green light pulsed far below in regular intervals. Titus felt no psychic pressure from it, and somehow that absence was worse. Everything created by humanity contained imperfection, weld marks, devotional script, maintenance scars, layers of repair accumulated over centuries. The buried architecture contained none. Its surfaces remained untouched by corrosion, despite an age measured not in imperial centuries, but in geological epochs. They descended through a breach the Mechanicus had widened into a fortified access route. Imperial cabling had been bolted crudely across alien walls. Brass cogitator housings stood beside mechanisms whose purpose no tech priest appeared capable of fully explaining. Serfs had painted prayers to the Omnissiah over geometric panels that continued functioning beneath the paint. "Necron," Gadriel said. Titus had fought their kind during Deathwatch service and recognized the dead precision immediately. "Yes." Chiron looked into the darkness. "A tomb world." "Dormant," Titus said. "Let us pray it remains so." No skeletal warriors rose from alcoves. No gas fire illuminated the passageways. That did not make the place feel empty. It made it feel asleep. The deeper they went, the less Demirium resembled a cemetery, and the more obvious the imperial structures became as a skin laid over something ancient. Entire halls had been opened by Mechanicus excavators and converted into laboratories. Tech priests moved along gantries built around vast Necron mechanisms shaped like obelisks, concentric rings, and impossible pylons whose black surfaces drank light rather than reflected it. Marius Lurs waited inside the primary control vault, surrounded by servitors. Luz gestured toward the black pylons. The Xenos mechanisms generate a nullifying effect upon immaterial phenomena. Their operation suppresses manifestations of the warp across measurable proximity. Project Aurora integrates recovered Grayan energy architecture as an amplification and activation medium. Correctly harmonized, the resulting field can deny empiric intrusion across a region far beyond this facility. Gadriel stared at the apparatus. A weapon against chaos. More precisely, a mechanism capable of rendering chaos strategically irrelevant within its field. Even Chiron looked toward Luz at that. Titus felt the audacity of the statement settle across the chamber. The Imperium had spent 10,000 years fighting demons, sorcerers, and the traitor descendants of the Legiones Astartes. Entire worlds were burned when warp contamination passed beyond containment. Black ships crossed the galaxy gathering psychers, because humanity could not survive its own psychic evolution safely. Now the Mechanicus proposed to take the technology of an ancient Xenos civilization, combine it with a device that had once ripped reality open, and create a machine capable of making the warp itself retreat. Brilliant. Impossible. Exactly the sort of idea the Imperium might attempt, because the alternative was an eternity of defeat. Titus approached the power source. Warning runes flickered inside his helm. On Graia, another Imperial weapon was intended to end a planetary war. Chaos manipulated us into activating it. The result opened a breach large enough for an invasion. Luz turned back to his controls. Historical incident incorporated into risk modeling. You incorporated my failure into a calculation? Yes. And concluded the same energy should be used again. Not the same configuration. Graia lacked Necron null architecture. Titus stepped closer. Imura has guided events toward this world. The Thousand Suns arrived precisely where Aurora is being activated. Does that not affect your risk model? Luz's mechadendrites moved across 3 consoles at once. It increases urgency. Gadriel looked from the Magos to Titus. Akaran's voice entered through the command vox before either could continue. Titus, outer defenses are collapsing. Thousand Suns reinforcements are entering the burial precinct. Titus opened the channel. Captain, Aurora may be compromised. Can it be moved? Luz answered directly over the link. Negative. Disassembly renders the device non-functional. Acheron was silent for a heartbeat. Then the choice is activation or surrender. Titus hated the simplicity because it was true. Destroying Aurora might deny Emura the mechanism, but Chaos forces were already inside the complex, and no one could guarantee demolition would neutralize the power source, rather than reproduce Graia beneath miles of Necron machinery. Leaving it untouched gave the sorcerer time. Activating it might be exactly what he wanted. There was no clean answer, because clean answers did not survive contact with the 41st millennium. Proceed, Titus said at last, but I remain beside the source. Luz began activation. The first response came not from the Imperial machinery, but from the buried world beneath it. Green light awakened along channels in the walls, spreading outward through patterns that had remained dark since before mankind possessed language. The obelisks surrounding the chamber vibrated at a frequency Titus felt through his bones rather than heard. Servitors began reciting rising energy values. Tech priests answered in Binharic bursts, too rapid for ordinary speech. The power source brightened within its containment frame, violet energy meeting Necron green, where incompatible sciences had been forced into cooperation. Titus expected screaming. Instead, there was silence. The warp withdrew. He felt it happen. The pressure behind his eyes vanished so suddenly that the absence resembled deafness. The whispers that had haunted his vox since Avarax ceased. Sorcerous flames burning along a distant archway collapsed into ordinary smoke. Across the command channel came reports from ultramarine squads engaging the Thousand Suns. Enemy witchfire extinguished. Teleportation signatures failing. Rubricae isolated from sorceress support. Gadriel looked at Titus. It works. Chiron stood utterly still. For a warrior who remembered Calth, the meaning was almost impossible to express. They can be severed from it, he said. The warp. Outside the chamber, a Thousand Suns sorcerer attempted to raise a ward against advancing ultramarines. Nothing happened. Bolt rounds struck him through the chest. The traitor fell against the black floor, with ordinary blood pouring from his broken armor. Rubricae stopped mid-step as sorcerer's command weakened. Some continued according to their last directive. Others became motionless suits filled with dead ash. For the first time since Titus had encountered the servants of the ruinous powers, they looked finite. Emura appeared upon the central gantry in a burst of blue fire. Luz shouted a warning. Titus raised his weapon. The null field struck full strength. The sorcerer convulsed. The witchlight surrounding Emura vanished. Symbols died across his armor. His staff cracked down the center. He reached toward Titus, as though attempting to invoke some final working, but no power answered him. Gadriel fired. Bolt rounds struck Emura's cuirass and broke it open. Chiron joined him. Titus fired into the sorcerer's chest until the armor ruptured and dark blood spilled across the gantry. Emura staggered backward. His body began coming apart at the edges, not in fire, but in strips of shadow dragged toward the nullifying field. "No," he breathed. Titus advanced. "This ends here." Emura's helm fractured. The sorcerer disappeared beneath the pressure of aurora, armor, flesh, and sorcerer's presence collapsing into nothing. No one celebrated. For several minutes they simply listened to reports of chaos failing. Acheron confirmed that the Thousand Suns were losing cohesion across the complex. Guard formations previously trapped by demonic manifestations began advancing. Rubric Marines deprived of sorceress reinforcement were being isolated and destroyed. The field extended farther with every passing minute. Luz's attendants recorded readings with mechanical urgency. The Magos himself stood almost motionless before the controls. "Projected suppression exceeds initial expectation," he said. Gadriel looked toward the glowing Necron architecture. Could this be replicated? Luz's answer came after an unusual pause. With adequate understanding and access to equivalent Xenos infrastructure. Charon said, then the long war changes. Titus wanted to believe him. For the first time since Nemeroth stepped through the breach on Graia, he allowed himself to consider the possibility that mankind had found something genuinely new. Not another fortress, not another army, a means of denying chaos the medium through which it existed. He imagined worlds where demons could not manifest, where sorcerers became merely traitors in armor, where warp breaches closed before armies crossed them. It was the sort of hope the Imperium had taught men to distrust, because hope made the knife hurt more when it arrived. Titus saw Luz's reflection in the polished Necron console turn before the Magos himself did. Imura stood behind him. The sorcerer had no wounds. Luz made a sound of disbelief. Imura's staff entered his back and emerged through his chest in a burst of blood, splintered augmetics, and fragments of artificial rib. The Magos stared down at the weapon protruding through him. His mechadendrites twitched uselessly against the controls. Imura leaned close enough for his voice to reach him without amplification. Your machine performs beautifully. He tore the staff free. Luz fell forward across the console, blood spreading over equations describing the weapon he had believed would defeat chaos. Titus fired. Imura became smoke. Deception, Gadriel snarled. Preparation, Imura answered from everywhere. The Aurora controls changed before Titus could reach them. Violet energy surged through the Necron pylons. The null field reversed with a violence that threw tech priests from their stations. Green light became corrupted by impossible blue. The power source rose from its housing, suspended inside a lattice of warp energy. Titus understood with sickening clarity. Aurora had not failed. It had been made to work exactly well enough for the Mechanicus to complete every pathway Imura required. Reality cracked. The first breach opened across the ceiling. Rubric Marines stepped through before the edges stabilized. Another tore open inside an Imperial firing position and deposited Zangors among the guardsmen. Demons emerged elsewhere as the warp flooded through systems designed to suppress it. Necron architecture being forced into functions its makers had never intended. Black obelisks screamed under the strain without producing sound. The dead world became saturated with empiric energy. Titus killed the first rubric at close range, Chainsword ripping through its gorget and spilling ash across his armor. Gadriel threw a grenade into a cluster of Zangors. Chiron shot a sorcerer before the traitor could complete a working. Luz is dead, Titus transmitted. Aurora compromised. Repeat, Aurora compromised. Acheran's response came through static and screams. All ultramarine elements, new priority. The rift is being anchored through secondary obelisks. Individual squads are assigned targets now. Destroy stabilization nodes by any means available. Tactical runes filled Titus's display. Across Demerium, Battle Brothers turned from previous objectives towards structures now feeding the warp breach. One squad fought toward an obelisk through a reliquary complex already overrun by Rubricae. Another reported demolition charges insufficient and requested melter support. Heavy intercessors held a causeway while a separate team advanced beneath them. Somewhere above, a Helldrake descended upon an Imperial gun line and turned dozens of men into burning shapes before anti-aircraft batteries drove it away. Titus, Acheran said, you have the central mechanism. Hold it. The others will sever the anchors. They tried. For every node destroyed, another breach opened. Sorcerers appeared within positions believed secure. Rubric Marines materialized behind ultramarine firing lines and opened fire at point-blank range. Imperial soldiers were killed before they could turn. One Cadian formation vanished when the ground beneath it became an impossible depth filled with blue fire. The horizon outside the complex no longer belonged to Demerium. Warp storms rolled across the burial plains, while mausoleums floated upward in broken sections, stones orbiting wounds in reality. Titus, Gadriel, and Chiron withdrew toward the central dais because every other approach had become impassable. Their ammunition counters bled toward empty. Titus discarded his spent rifle and took up a fallen power sword, the blade humming as it cut through the arm of an advancing rubric. Gadriel smashed another traitor from the platform with his chainsword. Chiron fired until his bolt pistol locked open, then drew his blade and joined them shoulder to shoulder. The Imperial line was collapsing. Titus saw it in the tactical display. Squad runes vanished. Cadian positions turned from green to red. Acheron's orders became increasingly concerned with preserving remnants rather than taking ground. Beyond the ruined chamber, the warp had transformed the dead sky into a vortex of violet fire. Imura's laughter traveled through the storm. Gadriel looked toward Titus. Orders? Titus raised the power sword. Blood, ash, and alien green light covered his armor. We hold until the anchors fall. Chiron took position at his left. And if they do not, then we die where the enemy requires us moved. Rubric Marines appeared. Across the far end of the dais, more formed behind them in blue flame. Sorcerers raised staffs. Demonic shapes gathered inside the widening breach. Titus calculated ammunition, distance, and the seconds remaining before the first charge reached them. There were not enough of any. Then a new voice entered the command net. It was deep, controlled, and unmistakable, carrying the authority of a warrior whose name had been spoken with reverence throughout Titus's entire life. All Ultramarines, this is Lord Marneus Calgar. Hold your ground. Reinforcements have arrived. For the first time since Aurora turned against them, Demetrian Titus allowed himself to believe that Demarium might yet be made to bleed more of the enemy than of his brothers. Marneus Calgar did not descend upon Demarium alone, and that was what turned disaster into battle again. Thunderhawks came through the warp-stained heavens in attack formation, armor blackened by atmospheric fire, their heavy weapons opening before landing struts had cleared the storm. Drop pods followed like meteors cast down by an angry god, retro thrusters firing above mausoleum fields, already drowned in violet light. They struck among the Thousand Suns positions, hard enough to fracture tomb avenues, hatches detonating outward as fresh ultramarines emerged firing. Terminators teleported into prepared kill zones beneath the tolling thunder of displaced air. Heavy weapon squads occupied shattered reliquaries. Intercessors advanced behind walls of disciplined bolt fire. The surviving Cadians, who moments earlier had been preparing to spend their final ammunition before dying among the graves, saw blue armor moving through the corruption and rose from cover with whatever weapons remained in their hands. At the center of the reinforcement wave came the chapter master of the Ultramarines. Calgar's arrival did not erase the enemy. It restored order to men who had been losing the ability to distinguish one battlefield from another. His voice entered every surviving command channel with no trace of panic. Second Company elements consolidate upon designated axes. Mortal formations withdraw from exposed ground and establish fire support. Do not pursue manifestations beyond confirmed objectives. The obelisks are the battle. Titus heard Acheron begin redirecting survivors within seconds. Squad markers that had been isolated across the tactical display began moving toward one another. Fire missions acquired purpose. Retreats became controlled withdrawals. A war that Imura had reduced to screaming fragments remembered that it was commanded by Ultramarines. Demarium burned across fronts Titus would never see. In the eastern reliquaries, battle brothers fought through galleries where the dead of 10,000 Imperial campaigns had been reduced to ash beneath warp flame. A scarab occult terminator stood amid a breach like a walking sarcophagus, ornate plate absorbing bolt impacts that would have dismembered ordinary Astartes. Heavy plasma struck it twice before the armor failed, the second discharge blowing a molten cavity through its torso and releasing not organs, but a torrent of ancient dust illuminated blue by failing enchantments. Elsewhere,
Sorcerers sacrificed whole packs of Zangors merely to delay an ultramarine demolition team for another minute. The mutants died shrieking, chainswords opening feathered torsos and bolt rounds hurling limbs across sanctified floors while their masters withdrew toward another prepared position. Above the burial plains, a helldrake tore through a formation of Imperial infantry, demonic flame washing across hundreds of men. Flak armor caught fire, bodies became running torches, men fell with their skin blackening inside uniforms before hydras farther down the line acquired the target and opened with sustained autocannon fire. Explosive shells broke sections from the demon engine's wings. It continued downward anyway, smashing through an anti-aircraft emplacement in an eruption of machinery, flesh, and burning ammunition before an ultramarine assault element reached the wreck and destroyed the creature where it thrashed among the dead. Every engagement would have been a war on a lesser world. On Demarium, they were merely seconds purchased for the men approaching Aurora. Titus, Gadriel, and Chiron reached the first reinforcement line without needing to speak more than target designations. The difference from Avarax was absolute. Gadriel no longer waited to discover whether Titus would advance. He was already moving into the angle that covered the lieutenant's exposed flank. Chiron killed threats neither of them needed to acknowledge. When a rubric marine emerged in blue fire behind Titus, Gadriel's bolt rifle was pointed toward it before the manifestation completed. When Gadriel emptied his magazine in the middle of an advance, Titus stepped across his firing lane without looking back and maintained suppression until the sergeant reloaded. Chiron identified a sorcerer among advancing rubrici by the movement of his staff and fired at the structure above him instead of the ward surrounding his body. Ancient masonry fell, crushing the traitor beneath it. "Left passage," Titus said. Gadriel was already there. "Clear." Chiron looked toward an upper gallery. "Not for long." Warp light gathered. Titus threw a grenade before the teleportation completed. 3 rubric marines materialized around the explosive and vanished inside the detonation, enchanted armor breaking into blue fragments, while ash rolled through the gallery like smoke from opened crypts. They had learned what Imura wanted from them. Doubt required time. Trust killed faster. Acheron met them beneath the collapsed entrance to the primary nexus, with fewer warriors than Titus had expected. The captain's armor was scorched across one side, and blood from an injury beneath his cuirass had dried down his thigh. He ignored it. "Calgar has broken the western encirclement. 3 obelisk teams report progress. 1 is no longer responding." Titus looked at the tactical projection. "Then the remaining nodes?" "Still feeding the rift. Lord Calgar is advancing upon the central breach. We join him." A scarab occult terminator crashed through the doorway before Acheron could finish. Its Soul Reaper cannon opened at point-blank range. 1 ultramarine disappeared beneath the burst, rounds tearing through his breastplate and reducing everything behind it to pulverized meat against the wall. Titus rolled beneath the weapon, came up inside its traverse, and drove a power sword into the Terminator's elbow joint. Gadriel struck the opposite knee with his chainsword. The traitor did not cry out. It simply turned its power blade toward Titus, while fragments of its armor fell away and dry dust streamed from the wounds. Chiron fired repeatedly into the damaged gorget. Acheron stepped forward and put a plasma discharge through the opening. The Terminator's helm vanished with the upper portion of its torso. Its armor collapsed without a body inside. "As I was saying," Acheron said, already moving, "we join him." The route toward the rift became increasingly impossible to describe as a route. Corridors intersected themselves. A stairway Titus had just climbed appeared beneath him when he looked through a broken wall. Sections of Imperial mausoleum floated inside skies that could not exist beneath Demarium's surface, while beyond them, enormous shapes moved inside colors no material eye had evolved to perceive.
Gravity reversed without warning. Titus felt his boots leave the floor and locked them magnetically to a strip of exposed metal until the world decided downward existed again. Warp flame poured through one passage in a tide that screamed with human voices. Gadriel's pauldron caught the edge of it. Blue ceramite blackened and split, the flesh beneath blistering before his armor flooded the wound with suppressants. Functional, Gadriel said before Titus could ask. They continued. Damage runes multiplied across Titus's own display. His left vambrace had lost pressure. One plate across his abdomen no longer responded properly to servomotor commands. Ammunition had become a constant calculation. He abandoned an empty bolt rifle, recovered another from a fallen brother, fired it dry, and returned to the power sword. There was no reserve waiting to replace them. Every warrior reaching the Nexus was already what remained. Calgar stood at the edge of the impossible space, with the gauntlets of Ultramar covered in the dust of traitors. His armor bore fresh scars across relic plate that artificers would spend months repairing if any of them escaped Demirium. 2 rubric marines advanced upon him. Integrated bolters thundered from the chapter master's gauntlets. One warrior's chest broke apart beneath mass reactive impacts. Calgar met the other at arm's reach and drove a power fist through enchanted ceramite with sufficient force to collapse the entire torso. Armor fragments burst outward. Dust poured around his fist. He released the empty shell of the traitor and looked toward Titus, only long enough to confirm that he had arrived. Lieutenant, the power source remains at the center of the rift. There was no reunion, no speech concerning the century Titus had spent believing his chapter ashamed of him. Calgar pointed toward the Nexus, where Aurora's broken machinery hung among sheets of impossible light. Imura is protecting it. We remove him from the equation. You destroy the artifact. Titus understood everything contained in the order. Calgar knew his history. Calgar knew what had happened on Graia. The chapter master was entrusting him with the same corruption that had once caused the Inquisition to take him away. Understood, my lord. That was all either warrior required. They entered together. Imura waited inside a landscape constructed from memory, sorcery, and hatred. For an instant, Titus saw Graia beneath his boots instead of Demirium. Sidonus lay ahead of him, with his chest opened by lightning claws. Then the corpse became Gadriel, then Chiron, then Calgar. You bring your master at last, Imura said from somewhere beyond sight. Titus did not answer. The illusion changed. He stood within Thrax's interrogation vault, naked beneath psychic instruments, heard servitors recording his failure, and saw Leandros watching from behind the Inquisitor. Still pretending none of this shaped you? Imura asked. Calgar's bolters opened beside him. The false interrogation chamber shattered like glass. Ignore the voice, the chapter master ordered. Identify the source. Titus saw 3 Imuras. Gadriel fired upon none of them. Chiron watched the shadows. One moved against the direction of the warp light. There! The squad fired simultaneously. 2 figures vanished. The third raised his staff and caught the bolts within a shimmering ward. Imura answered with force that tore the ground apart. Calgar took the attack directly, crossing the gauntlets of Ultramar before him, while violet fire crashed against his armor. The chapter master was driven backward, but remained standing. Titus moved immediately toward Aurora. That was the purpose of Calgar's resistance. Not spectacle, time. 1,000 suns appeared around the mechanism in bursts of blue flame. Gadriel took the right flank, Chiron the left. Titus went between them. A rubric marine struck with a warp flamer. Chiron forced the barrel aside, and the torrent consumed another traitor emerging behind Titus. Magical flame wrapping around enchanted armor, until both warrior and dust within became burning silhouettes. Gadriel's chainsword entered the flamer's neck joint and removed the helm. Titus met a scarab occult warrior with the power sword. The first cut barely marked its plate. He shifted, allowed the Terminator to commit to an overhead strike, and drove his blade beneath the armpit, where armor articulation was weaker. The power field sheared through. One arm fell. Dust poured from the stump. Titus kicked the Terminator toward Gadriel, whose bolt pistol fired through the exposed joint again and again until the ancient shell came apart. Imura realized what Calgar had done and changed targets. A beam of sorcerous energy struck Titus from behind. His armor seized. Warning runes became static. He hit the ground beside the power source and tasted blood. "Titus," Imura said, suddenly standing above him, "how many centuries will you sacrifice to this thing before you accept what it has made of you?" Titus forced one knee beneath himself. The artifact hung within reach. Violet light moved across its surface exactly as it had on Graia. The same cold entered him. Thrax opened you. The Death Watch erased you. Your brothers doubted you. All because you survived what lesser souls could not. Imura lowered his staff. "That is not purity. It is potential." Titus looked past him. Calgar was charging. The Chapter Master hit Imura like an armored vehicle. One gauntlet of Ultramar smashed into the sorcerer's ward and shattered it in a burst of blue light. The second struck his cuirass and hurled him across the Nexus. Calgar did not pursue blindly. "Now, Titus." Titus seized the power source. Graia entered him again. The memory was so exact that for a heartbeat, a century disappeared. Nemeroth was becoming a demon. Sidonus was dead. The Inquisition waited beyond victory. Titus felt the power source trying to become every wound it had ever inflicted upon his life. He had been cut apart by Thrax because of it. He had awakened in eras that passed without him. He had scraped the Ultramarines from his armor and called himself Nullus because he believed survival had become disgrace. None of those things altered the object in his hands. It remained a weapon, a dangerous one, a thing the enemy required. Therefore, it would be denied. Titus drove the power sword into the containment assembly. The blade's field met empiric energy, and the universe convulsed. Imura screamed, "No!" Gadriel grabbed Titus's damaged pauldron and held him against the force, trying to tear him away. Chiron locked his armor to the shattered platform and seized Gadriel in turn. Titus forced the blade deeper. The casing cracked. Violet fire erupted around his hands and crawled through gaps in his armor. Flesh burned beneath his gauntlets. His autosenses died one system at a time. He saw Calgar fighting Imura through impossible flashes of light, the Chapter Master forcing the sorcerer to defend rather than interfere. Titus twisted the sword. The power source broke. Aurora died around them. Every obelisk screamed through the fabric of reality as the energy network failed. Across Demirium, ultramarine demolition teams saw the structures they had fought to reach collapse into inert black stone. Warp gates imploded. Rubric marines caught in transit were severed between locations, armor halves falling from empty air. Demons screamed as real space rejected them. Imura's body fractured into dozens of overlapping images, each one attempting to remain real. Calgar fired into the center of them. Titus saw the sorcerer's true form for one final instant. Armor cracked, rage replacing every trace of amusement. Then the Nexus folded inward. The blast threw them out of the rift. Titus struck stone beneath a sky that had become Demirium's again. Gadriel landed nearby. Chiron fell hard enough to fracture the mausoleum floor and immediately forced himself upright. Calgar emerged from dissolving warp light several meters away and went to one knee before rising. Behind him, the rift contracted, taking Imura's surviving manifestations with it. The sorcerer's final cry stretched into distances no mortal geography could measure and vanished. The warp storm began to die. Demirium did not become quiet. There were too many wounded men screaming for that. Ammunition cooked within burning vehicles. Isolated traitor forces continued fighting because no retreat remained available to them. Cadian formations advanced through fields of corpses, killing cultists and Zangors that had survived the collapse. Ultramarines hunted remaining rubricae among the tombs. Apothecaries moved from brother to brother, harvesting gene seed from those whose injuries left no possibility of survival. Acheran stood before a tactical display built from whatever Vox systems still functioned and counted the company he had left. Every report seemed to subtract another name. Project Aurora was gone. The Mechanicus teams who had built it were dead or scattered. Demerium's burial plains had been broken open, revealing Necron architecture that would ensure the world never again be treated as an ordinary imperial cemetery. Residius still bore the wounds of the Tyrannid invasion. Kadaku was being consumed. Avarax had survived only by feeding enormous quantities of human blood into its defenses. No victory parade could make any of that clean. Calgar found Titus, while an apothecary sealed the burns across his hands. Gadriel and Chiron stood nearby, both carrying enough damage to justify immediate treatment, and neither willing to leave until ordered. Titus rose when the chapter master approached. Calgar looked at him, then at the ruined horizon where Aurora had once threatened to become a gateway into the warp. "You completed your objective." "Yes, my lord." Calgar's gaze held his. "Again." Titus understood. No absolution, no discussion of Thrax, no declaration that the lost captain had finally earned the right to call himself Ultramarine. Calgar had crossed a battlefield into the warp beside him. He had placed the fate of the campaign in Titus's hands and watched him destroy the corruption instead of embrace it. The chapter master inclined his head once. For an Ultramarine, it was enough. The Resilient received its survivors beneath tolling bells. Armorers carried shattered weapons away for reclamation. Servitors scrubbed blood from deck plating. Names of the dead entered the chapter archives, while mortal crews prepared the vessel for the next deployment, because war did not recognize the concept of completion. Titus stood with Gadriel and Chiron at the embarkation deck. Gadriel extended one gauntlet. Titus clasped it. "Lieutenant," Gadriel said. "Sergeant." Chiron looked between them, a remarkably expensive method of learning to communicate. Gadriel almost smiled. "You are not exempt." "No, I merely required fewer blows to the head." A summons interrupted them. Titus followed it alone into the Armorium chapel, where the chaplain who had watched his return from the first moment aboard the Resilient waited beneath banks of burning candles. The skull-helm turned toward him. "Lord Calgar has requested your presence on another operation," the chaplain said. "You will accompany him." Titus studied the warrior. The voice had troubled him since his awakening after the Calgarian rites, buried beneath amplification and centuries of memory. "You recommended me." "I did." "Why?" The chaplain raised both hands and disengaged the seals of his skull helm. He removed it. The face beneath was older, harder. Service studs and scars marked the passage of years that had barely touched Titus while he slept beneath Thrax's stasis fields. But Titus knew the eyes. Leandros, his former battle brother, held the helm beneath one arm. For a long moment, Graia existed between them again. "You have accomplished much," Leandros said. "More than I once believed possible." Titus's expression did not change. "That sounds almost like approval." "Do not mistake recognition for an end to vigilance." Leandros stepped closer. The younger warrior who had once quoted the Codex as though every answer in the galaxy had already been written was gone. What remained was a chaplain of the Ultramarines, charged with guarding the spiritual purity of men, powerful enough to destroy worlds if corruption took them. Chaos does not cease because it has failed once, nor does suspicion vanish because a warrior has proven himself today. Titus considered the words. Once they would have angered him. Now he understood them differently. "Then watch," he said. Leandros held his gaze. "I intend to." The launch klaxon sounded. Neither warrior spoke of Graia again. There would be time for old wounds only if the galaxy ever stopped opening new ones, and neither of them was foolish enough to expect such mercy. Titus turned toward the embarkation corridor. After a moment, Leandros replaced his skull helm and followed. More than a century earlier, they had left Graia on opposite sides of an inquisitorial threshold. Now they walked toward the same gunship. Beyond the armored hull of the Resilient, another war was already waiting. Demerium did not end the war, because nothing ended the war. Lieutenant Demetrian Titus learned that truth again, while the scars from Project Aurora were still being cut from his armor. The artificers aboard the Resilient replaced shattered plates, repainted scorched ceramite in the blue of Macraga, and set fresh seals where the old ones had burned away. Yet they could repair only the evidence upon his war gear. The dead remained dead. Kadaku was being consumed. Avarax counted its survivors by subtracting entire districts from population rolls. Demerium's tombs concealed Xenos mechanisms old, when mankind's ancestors still fought over mud with sharpened stone. Leandros still watched him from behind the skull helm of a chaplain, neither apologizing for Graia nor repeating the accusation that had delivered Titus to Thrax. Titus no longer needed either gesture. More than a century of interrogation had cured him of the belief that innocence guaranteed vindication. He could not command what other men believed of him. He could not undo Sidonus's death, recover the years stolen inside Thrax's stasis vaults, or force every brother in the chapter to understand why chaos had touched him without claiming him. He could control only the next order, the next target, and whether he stood when the enemy reached him. When Marneus Calgar summoned him to another operation before his armor repairs were complete, Titus donned the plate anyway. His hands were still scarred where the power source had burned them. He closed them around a bolt rifle and went back to war. The campaigns that followed accumulated upon him without ceremony. On Zah-Uj, a strike force entered ground so corrupted and inaccessible that conventional assault had been judged impossible, which to the Imperium meant that a handful of Adeptus Astartes would be sent instead. Titus fought beside veteran Sergeant Mataris through a cult stronghold, while chaos relics poisoned the chambers around them. Corridors became abattoirs beneath bolter fire. Cultists died in heaps so dense that the Ultramarines climbed over bodies to advance, boots crushing ribs and skulls beneath their weight. When Mataris was wounded, Titus dragged the old warrior from the doomed site, while orbital bombardment descended behind them and erased the stronghold in a pillar of fire. In Bastior, Tyranids came again. Fresh bolt rifles replaced weapons ruined by acid. Chainswords received new teeth after the old sets clogged and shattered against chitin. Titus watched another gaunt swarm vanish beneath disciplined fire, saw another warrior's ribcage burst beneath mass-reactive detonations, smelled the same bitter alien ichor he had known during the purges after Behemoth centuries before. Armor was repaired, damaged, repaired again. Purity seals burned away and were replaced. Victory followed victory without peace ever appearing between them. The Imperium recorded these actions as honors. Titus experienced them as continuation. Captain Sevastus Acheran met his end upon Trig, while Titus fought elsewhere. The Hive World guarded approaches into the Pyomote system and had appeared loyal until a Munitorum survey vessel and its Mordian escort disappeared after transmitting a single psychic scream. Acheran led the investigation personally, taking Lieutenant Chiron and an ultramarine strike force into the primary hive. They discovered infestation not at the margins, but threaded throughout the city's anatomy. The Genestealer cult had reached from the lightless underhive to the towers of planetary authority, generations of corruption breeding beneath hab floors, manufactoria, and administrative chambers, while officials declared the world secure. Hybrid claws and stolen autoguns emerged from places Imperial maps described as loyal. Brood brothers turned weapons upon men who had served beside them for years. Pure-strain Genestealers moved through ventilation shafts faster than human eyes could follow, opening soldiers from throat to groin before muzzle flashes revealed where the creatures had been.
The uprising was not intended merely to seize the hive. Its purpose was to shatter Trigg's defenses when the Great Devourer reached the system, presenting the world to the Tyranids, already bleeding and blind. Acheran understood the strategic equation before the planetary authorities did. If the infestation escaped the hive, the world would fall. If Trigg fell, the sector beyond it became vulnerable. There remained one means of containing the uprising. The hive's anti-atomic lockdown protocols could seal the city so completely that neither invader nor defender would leave. Chiron listened while Acheran gave the order. Once engaged, the seals cannot be released from within, he said. The captain knew. Every ultramarine knew. Around them, cult gunfire hammered against the command station, while warning runes multiplied across the tactical display. There were not enough loyal troops remaining to purge the hive conventionally. There was no reinforcement close enough to matter. Acheran looked at his lieutenant, the same warrior who had stood beside Titus against Leviathan and Imura, and survived Demirium's impossible skies. Then our task has simplified. Chiron checked the magazine seated inside his bolt rifle. Containment. Until death. Chiron inclined his head. For Macrauga. Acheran activated the protocol. Gates the size of fortress walls descended through the hive. Transit shafts sealed. Armored shutters buried themselves within ferrocrete. Escape became impossible. The cultists realized what had happened and came for the Ultramarines with all the violence of trapped vermin. Acheran's force turned every corridor into a fortress and every fortress into a grave. Bolters fired until barrels burned. Flamers filled passageways with screaming bodies. Genestealers reached the lines by crawling across.
The dead of their own uprising, talons punching through power armor at joints and throats. An ultramarine whose abdomen had been opened continued firing from the floor while his intestines steamed against broken ceramite. Another lost an arm and killed 3 hybrids with his combat blade before a Puristrain tore his head from his shoulders. Each hour left fewer blue-armored warriors holding more corridors. There was no miraculous extraction. No Thunderhawk broke through the hive roof at the final moment. No Primarch appeared to invalidate the choice Acheran had made. Ammunition dwindled, and the Ultramarines changed from bolt rifles to pistols, from pistols to chainswords, from chainswords to whatever remained in their hands. Chiron died somewhere inside that sealed city, with the same hatred of alien corruption that had carried him from memories of Calth through the wars of Residius. Acheran died with him. When Imperial reinforcements finally breached the lockdown and began exterminating the exhausted remnants of the cult, they found corridors packed with Xenos hybrids and the broken bodies of every space marine who had entered Trigg. The Second Company's warriors had not survived. Neither had the uprising escaped them. Trigg remained an Imperial world because Acheran had understood that command sometimes meant identifying which lives must be spent and having the strength to include one's own among them. News reached Titus without drama. A casualty report required no embellishment. He read Acheran's name, then Chiron's, and remained motionless while memories supplied what the parchment could not. Acheran standing over the tactical hololith on the Resilient, Chiron killing Tyranids beside Gadriel, the 3 of them descending toward Demirium when none knew whether Trust would survive the mission. Titus carried the report to the fortress of Hera when summoned. Marneus Calgar waited beneath the standards of warriors whose victories filled millennia of chapter history. There, Titus had once stood after Beta Arcturus, a sergeant expecting only to report Lucian Trajan's death, and had been given command of the Second Company because duty required another captain. Centuries later, the same burden waited for him again. Calgar regarded him across the chamber. Acheran named no successor before Trigg. Titus said nothing. His officers are dead. His company requires its captain. You have already held the office. You have already paid more dearly for it than most men ever will. Titus remembered Thrax's chains, the black armor of Nullus, and Gadriel's chainsword striking his own, because secrecy had almost destroyed the trust between them. There will be brothers who remember why I lost it. There are brothers who remember why you deserve it. Calgar's tone remained hard. I require neither their affection nor yours. I require a captain of the second company and master of the watch. Titus lowered his head. Then I accept the duty. When he raised it again, Lieutenant Demetrian Titus was gone. Captain Titus had returned. Gadriel stood beneath the second company's banner when Titus next saw him in battle. He had earned the honor after rallying a broken imperial line at Hive Mordica against overwhelming Tyrannid assault, holding a vital gate when exhaustion and terror had begun doing what claws could not. Titus himself had recommended the sergeant for elevation after the previous ancient fell. Now the great standard rose above Gadriel's armor, heavy with the chapter's history and the honors of men whose bones lay across hundreds of worlds. Neither warrior spoke about Avarax or the moment inside the astropathic relay when Gadriel had tried to kill him. Such things had already been settled in blood. Ancient Gadriel carried the standard of the captain he had once suspected of corruption, and Titus trusted him close enough that the banner was often the first thing he sought through the smoke of battle. Their argument had become history. Their loyalty required no explanation. The order that followed came from authority greater even than Calgar. Robut Gilliman had set his sons and their successors to restoring the realm once called the 500 Worlds, rebuilding Ultramar not as memory, but as a bastion capable of surviving the age that had come after the Great Rift. Tetrarchs drove reconquest outward, while shield chapters reinforced territories too vast for the Ultramarines alone to defend. Titus's task lay amid the vulnerable interior, where newly reclaimed worlds needed fortification, old loyalties had to be tested, and enemies slipping behind the expanding fronts required extermination before they became wars of their own. The scale dwarfed Graia. A single forge world had once seemed large enough to consume every decision Titus possessed. Now stellar systems became entries upon strategic hololiths. Fleet movements took weeks. Regiments numbering in their millions became colored marks on campaign maps. A world could be reclaimed by diplomacy, fortified by auxilia, or condemned to assault, depending upon what waited there. Titus bore the responsibility as master of the watch, with an agile fleet and the wardens of Ultramar at his side. But rank had not changed the fundamental truth. The Imperium always possessed less strength than the number of places requiring it. Then, the dead began moving upon the Vespator front. Necrons were not Tyrannids. They did not scream with hunger, multiply through infestation, or fill the air with biological stink. Their horror was absence. They came from tombs buried before terror possessed cities, bodies formed from self-repairing living metal, weapons operating according to sciences the Mechanicus could imitate only by calling them miracles. The force advancing against the worlds of Ultramar was worse than an ordinary dynasty. Destroyer madness had infected its ranks, reducing immortal machine intellects toward a single imperative: extinguish life. At their center moved the being called Necrosor Amantar. Some Necrons regarded its origin as myth. Others feared it enough that fear itself became testimony. Wherever Amantar's influence spread, warriors that might once have preserved dynastic ambition surrendered themselves to extermination. Skorpek constructs became blade-limbed engines of dismemberment. Lockhus destroyers drifted above battlefields, killing anything that breathed. Ophidian forms passed through obstacles and erupted where prey believed itself protected. Intelligence remained, but it served murder. On Nova Magna, Titus saw their war at close range. Green light crossed the outer defense works, and men ceased to exist by layers. A Gauss discharge struck an auxilia soldier beside him. Armor vanished first in streams of incandescent particles, then skin peeled from muscle without flame, muscle from bone, and bone itself dissolved into a cloud drawn screaming toward the weapon's impossible energies. The man's cry ended before his collapsing skeleton reached the earth. "Second company, fire!" Titus ordered. Bolters thundered beneath the company banner. Necron warriors broke apart under concentrated volleys. Metallic ribs shattered. Skulls punched backward from bodies. Yet the fallen began repairing themselves before the Ultramarines had advanced 10 strides. Silver-black metal flowed across fractures. Severed limbs twitched toward torsos. A warrior missing half its skull rose with green light, reigniting inside its remaining eye socket. Gadriel planted the banner among the rubble and fired his bolt pistol into the reanimating machine. They refused the Emperor's judgment. Titus saw Skorpek destroyers accelerating behind the warrior line, then deliver it repeatedly. The destroyers struck with enough force to tear Primaris Astartes apart. One Skorpek blade entered beneath an Ultramarine's pauldron and exited through his opposite flank, the sweeping motion opening armor, ribs, and both lungs, before hurling the bisected warrior into the defensive wall. Titus fired into the construct's knee, while Gadriel struck its upper body. Bolts shattered living metal. The machine continued forward with one leg failing beneath it. Titus did not waste ammunition trying to finish what would repair itself. "Break the command node. Concentrate upon the rear rank." A veteran answered, "Captain, frontal pressure remains heavy. It is intended to hold us here." Titus had learned the lesson among Tyranids after Behemoth. Kill what commands, not merely what kills. A cryptek shape stood beyond the destroyers, surrounded by geometric light, its systems coordinating repair and translation protocols. "Gadriel, hold the standard. Veterans with me. Shift axis right." The second company changed direction, while its forward squads maintained fire, creating the illusion that the line remained committed. Necron weapons tracked the obvious threat. Titus took 6 veterans through a collapsed defense conduit and emerged against the enemy's flank. Gauss fire killed 2 immediately. One veteran's arm vanished from gauntlet to shoulder before the beam crossed his chest and erased half his torso. Titus advanced through the green afterimage, power sword raised. A Lockhust destroyer descended toward him. He rolled beneath its weapon, drove the sword into the underside of the hovering body, and cut through its propulsion assembly. The construct crashed. Titus severed its head before repair protocols could compensate. Behind him, the veterans opened fire upon the cryptek. Defensive energy caught the first volley. Titus threw a crack grenade past the shield, rather than into it, targeting the ancient structure above the Necron. The explosion dropped tons of Imperial masonry across the machine. Its protection faltered. Bolt rounds punched through the exposed body. The effect rippled through the Necron line. Reanimation slowed. Destroyers lost coordinated vectors and reverted toward individual murder. "Now," Titus ordered across the company vox. "Full advance." The banner of the second company moved through green fire. Gadriel carried it over the dead. Ultramarines attacked in disciplined waves, while auxiliary artillery opened behind them, shells landing among Necron concentrations so densely that ancient machines disappeared beneath geysers of earth and metallic fragments. Titus walked at the front, because command did not require him to stand safely behind the men ordered to die. His armor accumulated scars. His sword broke one warrior through the spine and severed the arms from another. A gorse beam passed across his breastplate and stripped blue ceramite away in a smoking channel before he killed the firer. Everywhere machines rose after being destroyed. Everywhere his brothers killed them again. This was not Graia. There was no Grimskull to decapitate and break the Wa. It was not Demirium. There was no power source whose destruction would close the breach. Amantar's hordes were a threat measured across worlds, and this battle was only one point upon a front already bleeding. Titus understood that before victory could deceive him. By dusk, the Necron attack had withdrawn from the defense works. The field belonged to the Imperium because Ultramarines and mortal soldiers still stood upon it, not because the enemy had been annihilated. Beyond the artillery-lit horizon, green lights were already moving among the ruins. Repair constructs gathered bodies. Destroyers sought new routes. Somewhere farther across the Vespertor front, Necrosaur Amantar continued its advance toward the realm Titus had been commanded to protect. Gadriel reached him, carrying the torn company standard. They will return. Yes. Our ammunition reserves are below half. Requisition from the eastern bastions. They report enemy contact. Titus removed an empty magazine and let it fall among Necron fragments already beginning to twitch. Behind him lay Tarentus, Beta Arcturus, Graia, Thrax's Vaults, the Death Watch, Kadaku, Avarax, Demirium, Trig, and every world whose dead he still remembered. Ahead lay the 500 worlds and enemies enough to drown all of them in blood. Tyranids devoured systems beyond the frontiers. Chaos waited one bad decision away behind the skin of reality. Necrons awakened beneath worlds mankind had arrogantly believed its own. Orcs gathered wherever war promised entertainment. The Imperium remained cruel, exhausted, ignorant, and impossibly vast, forever demanding another life to purchase one more day. Titus locked a fresh magazine into his bolt rifle. The weapon's machine spirit acknowledged readiness. Ancient Gadriel lifted the banner. Captain Demetrian Titus looked toward the green-lit horizon and raised his sword. Second Company, advance. The Ultramarines went forward. There was no peace waiting for them. There was only more war.